the right of the role of the NGOs on the side of the government. What are NGOs lobbying towards Uganda's government? I learned a lot. The rights, what the NGOs are putting in order to make sure that the government works together with them. Then on the other side, I learned that children are well given protection of laws which are guiding children, because most of them were being discriminated, most especially people with disabilities. Of course, I've been moving in some of the station of disability centers. But I see some of them are left behind. But for sure, I've learned a lot that NGOs are coming in to make sure that these people are given their rights, are totally protected, and also being funded. Thank you very much for the NGOs who are helping these people, funding them. And also what I learned was the skills. How are we going to be helping these people with disabilities? Most especially on my side of the deaf section, as we discussed yesterday, that these people should be, people in the community, should be taught sign language so that they can easily communicate with the deaf community people. We always, me myself, I do that offer, most especially in TikTok. Me, I don't need to be paid. I go to TikTok, I post my video, and I come to know that people following me. When I take long without posting, they even come, hey, teacher, what is happening? You're not posting. So I came to know that I'm teaching some people good ideas of what? Of learning sign language so that they can easily communicate with the deaf community. Because somebody can say, hi, good morning, good afternoon. You see, when you meet a person who's a deaf and you say good morning, in sign language, becomes happy. It was like, I think I'm one of the what? I'm also among the community people now. Because they feel confident, they have that self-esteem when you try to sign in with them. So even if how much you learn a little, but as long as you try to communicate, you also feel it and they get self-esteem. Thank you very much. That's what I learned.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. Much louder than that. Yesterday was International Volunteers Day. Did you know that? So we recognize and acknowledge our volunteers. And folks, people who are innovative in their communities, using technology, listening carefully to the needs of our people, we respect. Now, there is a way forward that you've mentioned, which is let us teach sign language. So, can we learn 3 things this morning to communicate with sign language? No pressure on you. Are you willing to teach us? Okay, come on up, come back. We're going to learn 3 things, and I want you to make sure you use them today, okay? Because the topic today, one of the biggest topics today is disability and teenage pregnancy, but we're acknowledging that disability is not an inability. Disability is not an inability. Okay, so you're going to teach us 3 things very quickly.
Now,
Yes.
Now, the first thing when you meet a person who's a deaf, the first thing is a greeting. But most of us, we don't know how to sign greetings. So when it is morning, you say, this is good. You say, good morning. Okay. Why? The sun rises up. Good morning. The sun is rising up. Yes, good morning. So, now we are going to good afternoon. Say, good afternoon. The sun is up now. You follow the direction of the sun. Good afternoon. So, when the sun is now the other side, good evening, you say, good evening. You just direct it where the sun is going. Good evening. So that is a greeting, and that is alone makes a person to feel confident now, like, yeah, I think I'm in with the right person.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very, very much. Did you want to say something? Oh. You know what? Well done. Let's clap in sign language. So, shall we? Okay. You have a question. We're going to practice all day, and I'm going to call on you to help us. Thank you so much. Let's give him another round of applause. Now, before I give you the microphone, remember we're recapping yesterday. So are you going to tell me about the last 2 days, or are you going to ask a question? Okay, quickly, and then we move on.
Very quickly, because I noticed that he starts with kissing. I don't know if we noted that. It's here and then here, but some of us are starting it halfway. It's here
Like
and
me.
then here, like you.
Yes. Can you stand up and show us again? Please, since you have volunteered yourself to be the observer. Starting with? Oh, yes, very good.
My name is Veronica.
Welcome, Veronica. Okay, thank you so much, Veronica. Veronica, who do you work for, or who do you work with?
I work with Kasese Community Health and Education Foundation.
And what does Kasese Community Health and
Health
Foundation do?
We provide health services and then provide holistic support to orphans and vulnerable children.
Thank you so much. And is it in Kasese alone?
Yes.
Have you heard of Chaninga Child Development Center?
Yes, I have.
Fantastic. I'm the chair.
Is it?
Yes.
We need to have a discussion.
Fantastic. Okay, I need 2 more people, folks. Recap on the last 2 days. We'll come to questions. Recap on the last 2 days. Recap on the last 2 days. Thank you so much. By the way, I was supposed to have a young person helping me, but sadly he's not yet here. So if anyone wanted to volunteer, please come up and volunteer.
Thank you so much. Yesterday, I'm not going to recap what we learned, but I'm just going to share what stood out for me.
Fantastic. I'm so sorry. Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Hope
the organization,
and I work with Raising Voices.
Yay!
We prevent violence against children and violence against women. I am here for the children. Yes. So yesterday in the group discussion, I deliberately joined the group that was discussing the needs of children with disabilities. It's not my niche, it's not my everyday thing, but as you realize, we need to mainstream. So I wanted to learn more and be a better person and also pass on the skills to my colleagues back. So one of the things that really stood out is when someone mentioned that the children living with disabilities don't need gadgets only. That usually when we are planning, when it comes to your mind, when we are strategizing for these children, the first thing is we need wheelchairs. We need, the clutches. Like those are the things that we usually budget for and plan for. But she made us, that the group helped me to appreciate that these children have so many challenges that range from emotional violence, mental health issues, discrimination, neglect, and even murder in sometimes under the care of those who are under the hands of those who are supposed to nurture and care for them. So we need a lot of community awareness, we need a lot of sensitization, and their parents need a lot of support beyond supporting the child. Their parents and their caregivers need a lot of empathy, a lot of support, and a lot of social protection and support from the community and everyone at large. That was powerful for me. Thank you.
Hope, thank you so much. You've given me a lot of hope. So Hope's mentioned something we need to think about. She's talked about the fact that it wasn't her niche, but it's important for her to learn something. So we've got learning sign language. Hope, is there something you think we all need to do as practitioners working with children, families, communities, ensuring that inclusion is a priority? What do we need to do? What's the one thing we can do, or one thing you're going to take back to Raising Hope?
One thing that I also suggested in the group is the issue of language. That is something that we don't need to wait for the government to do.
Fantastic.
Like we can come up with a glossary of the appropriate terms that we can use, which are dignifying and in a way are not disempowering or discriminating. So that is one thing that I took away that we can work on.
Thank you so much. It's so good to have you here. Let's give Hope a round of applause. That's what I'm talking about. Excellent. Thank you so much. Look, I love that. Can I take one more person as we look for that person? Fantastic. I just want to say this. In your data, please, please count, include. So don't say male, female. And if your donors, your partners say, think of just male and female, say, no, we're going to think of male, female, and inclusion. Okay? Inclusion meaning disability. It is a protected characteristic. We need to include it. So I want you to think about how many children, families, individuals you support that have disabilities. Think about how many staff have disabilities. Think about how many of you have skill and experience in sign language. We want first aid, we want safeguarding, but do you have inclusion? Okay, please go ahead. Remember your name, the organization, and a recap of the last 2 days.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Edith Wanyenya. I work with the Rich Child Ministries. And one thing that stood out for me yesterday, I was privileged to join the group that was dealing with education. And what stood out for me was quality over quantity. Most of the times, as NGOs, we want to really help empower these children, but at the end of the day, we are not producing quality. They're dropping out. Some are dropping out in P7, Senior 4. They don't know what they want to become and things like that, because we're looking at taking up so many children, probably because of the emotional attachment. You really look at a child that is vulnerable, but at the end of the day, are you producing quality as an organization? So what stood out for me was we should take in the aspect of how much, how many can we support, and then look at the impact at the end of the day. Are we producing quality children who have quality education? Thank you so much.
Let's give Edith a round of applause, folks. Thank you so much. Quality over quantity. Quantity is key. It's important because it's important to reach as many people, right? But if you're not doing it right, why do it at all? Why do harm? That's really important. Now, I need a scribe, and you'll get a prize. Can somebody just note down some of these key points? What was the first one? Inclusion and ensuring that we include it in our work, right? Learning to sign. The second one was, emotional support, social protection for the children and the caregivers. That's the second one. The third one, Edith, how do you want us to? Quality versus quantity. And is there anything specific you want us to frame it as? That is it. Okay. Where are my scribes? Okay. I'm coming. Before that, your name, your organization, Basque, then tell us.
Okay, I'm called Lona Tudiahawa. I work with SOS Children's Villages. What stood out for me when the children were making the presentation was the fact that they said we are doing a lot, and we are empowering the communities, we are helping them set up, helping set up child protection committees in schools, in the communities, but they said the parents and the teachers are the biggest perpetrators of abuse. And so they called upon us as people who are working with children to ensure that what we are doing stands out, and especially so reach out more and ensure that the people that we are supporting, the teachers are also well equipped with information on child protection, child safeguarding. The parents are also empowered, because it looks like the communities out there know what to do, but the parents don't know. And there's need for safeguarding at family level, because it is pushing out children, and they end up in wrong hands when they are looking for love and mental health in other people's hands, not in the parents. They also said, we as people who are working, we have left our children unattended to, and it is causing mental health problems, even for the people who are educated like you, sir, and me. So I think we need to go back and bridge those gaps so that we can do a better job in terms of raising holistic, well-empowered children.
Come on, I can see you all. I want to see those hands up in there. Yes, flowers, huh? Okay, flowers, come on. So what is the commitment you want us to take? I really love that, powerfully delivered. What is the commitment you want us to take?
The commitment, I think, is for us not to think that we have empowered the communities, but to go an extra mile to listen. First of all, I was very impressed when the children are talking. That sometimes we do a lot for children, but we don't give them platform to give us feedback. Do they feel that we are supporting? When we are writing and saying we have empowered communities to protect children, do children feel protected? I think we need to learn from what we learned yesterday, go back, listen to the children who are program beneficiaries or program participants, get that information from them, and then use that feedback to improve what we are doing, especially with people who are supposed to be protecting children away from the staff and the people that we think we have trained. Are those people really delivering what we want them to deliver back to the
Thank you. And something that you've mentioned that I love is looking after us and looking after our families. You go to work every day, your children see you leave, they don't see you come back. One thing I've always said, always, I don't want to be remembered as a man who went to look after and save children, and my children say, well, that's great, because he didn't do that for us. So let's be a little bit selfish about looking after ourselves. We will then be better carers. Thank you so much. Flowers, fantastic. Today's a flower day. Your name, your organization. By the way, I've been advised I can keep going. We are waiting for one of our panelists, so I'm going to keep going. So please share, and I'm going to ask somebody to read our commitments.
Thank you so much. I'm called Dennis Paul Warom. I work with an organization called Help Disabled Children Excel, an organization that promotes an inclusive society that respects, protects, and fulfills the socioeconomic rights of young persons with disabilities aged 0 to 24 years. Yesterday, I really learned a lot. One, I saw that providing reasonable accommodation aids participation of all. Like here, in this workshop, we saw persons with the hearing impairment were invited, and there was sign language interpretation ongoing. And that made them really to participate. And that is something really I really have to take home and to be promoted. Then two, I also learned from yesterday when we were talking about the reports that it is very important to include different stakeholders. Like if you're talking about children, we need not to leave out children. They must always be part of all our programs and even different key stakeholders. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Flowers, everybody. Flowers, fantastic. Now, something that is a continuous theme is inclusion, children's voices, child participation. Remember what Damon said yesterday. We shouldn't employ. We should include, and children should participate. But the other thing that resonated with me, which is really important, that's being picked up, is our communities may not know, and they do not have to know about policy, but they should experience it. Do you remember that? And it's really important. So how do you communicate that through participation? Welcome.
Yeah. My name is Elizabeth Aliano from the Center for Women and Children's Reintegration based in Lida. What I learned yesterday was the issue of evidence for advocacy. So I'm speaking from my own point of experience. My past interactions with UCRNN was with children with mobility disability that I worked for over 5 years. And then later, I founded an organization based on my own master's research. So the organization is implementing recommendations of the research I conducted on the situation of children born outside marriage in Uganda. So when I talk about children born outside marriage, I mean children born of war, children born of relationships that did not work, children born of celibates, children born of aid workers. Like whenever you see men, people doing road constructions, by the time that road is done, a lot of children is left in that community. Now these children lack identity and belongingness. These children grow up in the maternal family, which later rejects them. The home that they once thought was theirs forever, at some point in your life, you are told, look for your father from whom you derive property and land rights. So now this is a child who is being rejected at a time when he does not know his father, does not know where he comes from. This is where he knew us home. So that's what we are dealing with, identity rights. And we are doing this through family tracing and reunion of the children with their families. That is, if a case comes to our record, we have also developed an app through which you, if you know a child who is looking for his identity, you can post the information there. It's on Google Play Store. It's called FamLink app.
Called what?
FamLink.
FamLink.
Yeah, app.
FamLink app on
Yeah.
Google Play Store.
Yeah.
Not on Apple.
Not on Apple.
So Apple people just forget.
Apple people can still get there. I
Okay.
think it is such that when you are on Apple, I think you can get your way there.
Family,
FamLink,
FamLink.
like family link, but,
But fam,
FamLink.
K.
FamLink app. So we are doing reunion, family tracing, reunion, and reintegration of the children with their family, the paternal family, because Uganda is patrilineal, or Africa. We are all assumed to belong to our father's lineage. And yet, these children will have been in the maternal lineage, from where they are later asked to look for their family. And in the context of our work, we are addressing Article 2 of the UNCRC. We are addressing an article on identity, which a lot of people have ignored or are not addressing directly. And we're also addressing the challenge of the children on the street. Most of the children you see on the street have been forced by conditions in the maternal family. So the street is a coping mechanism, but they have nowhere else to go. Because if you're reminded constantly, you are stigmatized daily, you're discriminated against daily, told that you don't belong here. Look for your father. So those kind of thoughts, even if a man is 70 or 60 and you're still reminded that you don't belong here, you don't feel at peace. And then also, some of these children are in the care of elderly grandparents who have no means to take care of them because their mothers have either died, and that's the time they remind you to look for your belonging or identity, or their mothers have gotten remarried elsewhere. And then when I was doing my research, the women told me that if you're a woman and you've ever had a child before you got married, never take your child to the new marriage because your husband is going to sleep with your child. And that is happening. I'm sure you people have a lot of testimonies out there of men who are sleeping with their stepdaughters. And the reason they give for this selfish act is because I'm buying food for her, I'm educating her, I am, at the end of the day, she's not related to me, and I'll gain nothing. And that's the reason they give for sleeping with their stepdaughters. And these cases are becoming so common, and the work of Sewoka is addressing a great need in society because there are a lot of children who are meeting their siblings whom they were never introduced to. I know of a case of a man who committed suicide over the day his son came to introduce his daughter was introducing his son. The food which was meant for the introduction became for the funeral. He was learning for the first time that this child he had somewhere that he had forgotten and neglected. He's grown up and now the one marrying. So these are the issues we are dealing with, but it's evidence-based because I researched on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's flowers. Come on, everybody. I'd like to see those flowers. Look, shrined in identity, but a really deep topic. This is what I call contextualizing. You don't often read about these things in public reports. Honestly, you don't. Now, we would love access to this report. We would like to hear more, and we'd like you to share that through UCRNN. You have stories on YouTube. When we go onto YouTube, what are we looking for? By the way, we're in a tech world, so I love hearing about TikTok. How many of us are TikToking today? None. You guys, I'm going to leave you behind. Snapchatting. Twitter. Okay, X. Facebook. Instagram. LinkedIn. That's it. One more. What are we looking for on YouTube?
There are stories.
What's the link we're looking for?
Sewoka, C-E-W-O.
C-E-W-O.
C-H-R.
C-H-R.
.org. That also leads to our website.
Okay.
Which is also linked to the YouTube channel.
Can you say it again? There's something.
C-E-W-O. C-E-W-O-C-H-R.
.org.
That's the organization website.
Guys, we are going to empower our community, our network. You are going to hear about African practice-led organizations delivering outcomes for children and communities. So when we ask people to tell you about the organization, it's not just for fun. Learn, and if it's linked to your work, please find that person and reach out.
Can I give some more information?
In 1 minute.
Okay, we are working with religious institutions.
Yes.
Because we think that they have a big followership. So if they could speak to their flock in all the different denominations, Anglican, Catholic, Muslim world, then everybody will know that they have a responsibility towards their children. Because the children are suffering because some people brought them to the world. They do not choose which home to go to. They don't know I'll be born to a single mother, I'll have no father, I'll be raised by a grandmother, I'll be on the street. They found themselves there, so they are all innocent. We're also working with these cultural leaders because all of us here in this room belong to a certain clan, and that is our kin. That's why we are using those clan leaders and the structures from the grassroots to do family tracing and reunion to bring these children back home. We're also working with sexual reproductive health agencies because we are doing prevention. We're also doing prevention through awareness about the challenges faced by this group. Because when you hear about the challenge, then you don't want your child to go through that. Then if you know my child is suffering somewhere, you'll be prompted to go and pick your child and bring back home. So the other prevention is through sexual reproductive health. Why bring a child to the world if I could prevent? I shouldn't have. Then we are doing response through education, through family tracing reunion. We are doing livelihood support. We're also doing research because the organization is born of research and advocacy on identity rights, economic rights, sexual reproductive health rights.
Thank you very much. Now, another flowers and a round of applause. So thank you very much. Okay, folks. So remember, those of you who have just joined us, thank you for coming. Sorry you're late. If you have just joined us, we're recapping the last 2 days. We're also waiting for one of our panelists. And we would just like to let you know that one of the commitments we've made for today is to be inclusive. So you'll see less clapping, you'll see more, can everybody do it? Flowers. We've also learned how to say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. So if somebody's just come in and you were here at the beginning, please sit next to them and teach them good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Now, for good measure, can you all turn to each other and sign good morning? Turn to each other and sign good morning. Fantastic. That's what I'm talking about. It's a revolution in here. Okay. Look, we're going to take a small break. When we come back, we'll listen to 2 more people. And then I'm going to ask Honorable Anne Musiwa to wrap it up for us and really get us reflecting and thinking. Who has been writing? Remember I said I had a prize, huh? Who has been writing some of these commitments for me? Who has volunteered and supported me in this community? Fantastic. I see you. I see you. A prize on your way. Thank you. Honestly, guys, our young people are the champions for today, tomorrow, forever. Amen? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to have some tea. I've been told by the advice table there. Are we good? So what's the order? People just walk upstairs and get tea? Right. Can we all go get some tea? I'm going to give you 10 minutes. Grab yourself a cup of tea. Come back downstairs. Then 2 more feedback. 2 more feedback from 2 people, and then we're going to have a recap from Honorable Anne Musiwa. Thank you so much. Please enjoy your tea. Do I get flowers?
Yeah.
Come on.
And flowers.
sexual gender-based violence globally. In Uganda, many girls are at a high risk of teenage pregnancy, forced and early child marriages, putting their future at stake. More than ever, girls must be heard. They must have equal freedom to live without fear of attack, harassment, and violence. Stay safe. Stand up and speak out against actions that limit girls' freedom. End gender-based violence today. This message is brought to you by Blind International Uganda and partners. The COVID-19 period has seen a rise in sexual gender-based violence globally. In Uganda, many girls are at a high risk of teenage pregnancy, forced and early child marriages, putting their future at stake. More than ever, girls must be heard. They must have equal freedom to live without fear of attack, harassment, and violence. Stay safe. Stand up and speak out against actions that limit girls' freedom. End gender-based violence today. This message is brought to you by Blind International Uganda and partners.
Check 1T, check microphone, check 1T.
The COVID-19 period has seen a rise in sexual gender-based violence globally. In Uganda, many girls are at a high risk of teenage pregnancy, forced and early child marriages, putting their future at stake. More than ever, girls must be heard. They must have equal freedom to live without fear of attack, harassment, and violence. Stay safe. Stand up and speak out against actions that limit girls' freedom. End gender-based violence today. This message is brought to you by Blind International Uganda and partners. period has seen a rise in sexual gender-based violence globally. In Uganda, many girls are at a high risk of teenage pregnancy, forced and early child marriages, putting their future at stake. More than ever, girls must be heard. They must have equal freedom to live without fear of attack, harassment, and violence. Stay safe. Stand up and speak out against actions that limit girls' freedom. End gender-based violence today. This message is brought to you by Blind International Uganda and partners. The COVID-19 period has seen a rise in sexual gender-based violence globally. In Uganda, many girls are at a high risk of teenage pregnancy, forced and early child marriages, putting their future at stake. More than ever, girls must be heard. They must have equal freedom to live without fear of attack, harassment, and violence. Stay safe. Stand up and speak out against actions that limit girls' freedom. End gender-based violence today. This message is brought to you by Blind International Uganda and partners.
May I have your attention? Okay, we're going to carry on, and we gave you more than 10 minutes. Now, for those of you who haven't realized, people on the balcony, can I have flowers, please? People on the balcony, flowers. Tell all of them. People on the balcony, they're not listening. You see, you can stay there as long as you listen. Okay, where is Cyrus? Fantastic. All right, folks, remember what we're doing is we're recapping. We're going to take 2 people, and then I'm going to ask Honorable Anne Musiwa to summarize the recap for us. So we're going to start with Cyrus, and then we'll have one other person. Thank you very much, Cyrus. Please go ahead.
Please, as I'm introduced, I'm Doni Silas Ndazima, and I'm working with World Vision, Uganda, and I'm the Advocacy, Policy, and Research Specialist.
And what does World Vision do, Cyrus? Some people may not know.
They may not know. Okay, ideally I'm not supposed to speak because I'm not really the PR of World Vision, but just to give a simple glimpse of what World Vision does, it is really an international organization, an international non-governmental organization, and we are basically interested in taking care of the child, the welfare and protection of the child. We are looking at children in both refugee settlements, in all parts, really, of the country, and it's an international organization. So we have a number of programs, but I not dive deep into that because the policy doesn't accept me. But ideally, my takeaways for yesterday was really an understanding that we are supposed to engage in dialogues with really the African Charter on the welfare and rights of the child, in the sense that we are not supposed to be involved in confrontational advocacy. It's supposed to be a dialogue, because you would realize that in social, economic, cultural rights, we do not have really an opportunity to hold government to account, for instance, to prosecute government to deliver on these rights. Unlike in civil political rights, where you are at liberty really to take governments to court for failure to adhere to these protocols or charters. But in social, economic, cultural rights, we are supposed to be involved in dialogue. We are supposed to negotiate, because always government will come out with an argument that it's progressive realization. When you talk of education, it will say that, yes, we do not have funds, but this is what we've managed to do. When you talk of health, and you bring out the Abuja Declaration of 15%, government will say that at the moment, I'm able to deliver on 8%. And I'm doing this progressively. Initially, I was at 6%. Now I've reached 8%, and I'm doing my best. You can look at the resource envelope you have. But in civil political rights, really, government are supposed to deliver. For instance, if it's elections have to be there after 5 years. And if this doesn't happen, you are at liberty to take governments to court for failure to hold these elections. Then another interesting point that I really realized yesterday, and they've talked about it, it was evidence. I'll not dive deep into that. But it is really the awareness we are making on school feeding programs. You find that in Uganda, I'm talking about the UPE schools, we do not have a sustainable and manageable school feeding program. And our children are studying on empty stomachs, and this is very difficult for them because no one can really manage. There is a right to food enshrined in our constitution, but of course, the Education Act of 28, Article 5, Section C, has it that school feeding is entirely in the hands of the parents. And the school management committees, in consultation with the district councils, they've set an amount which is 10,400, but it's not compulsory. In case you are able to pay it, you can pay it. So those parents who are able to pay, they pay. Then those from families that are not able to pay, they do not pay. But the children need to eat. So as World Vision, we're interested in saying that there is a manageable and sustainable school feeding program, in the sense that government should come up with a cost-sharing model where parents can pay something, probably 4,000, then government stops the other bit, so that all children can have something to eat and they do not miss school, because this has resulted into school dropouts, poor learning outcomes, poor survival rates, and low retention. So I really ask you to join hands with us so that there is a big drive for this. Then I was in the education team, and there was something that came about the school fees policy. There was this policy that came up, but it didn't go through. It was a draft anyway, but it didn't go through, and there is still talk about it that government should regulate school fees. This is something good, and I would also love it to see that government comes up really with attempts to regulate school fees. But remember, we are talking about private schools. And you'd realize that private schools also do have a number of cost push factors that are not really in control of government. You would realize that after the aftermath of COVID-19, government had come up with a bailout package for these private schools. And this never materialized. Private schools never got this bailout package, but they had to sustain all the challenges that they had gone through. So I would really encourage you that probably we task government to create subsidies for these private schools other than asking government to regulate their school fees, because it's very, very impossible for them. Looking at the fuel prices, this morning I bought at 5,570. In the evening I might buy at 6,000. And the same applies to these private schools. So it will be very unfair and very challenging for them. Thank you so much.
Flowers, everybody, flowers. Awesome. So I'm going to ask you what, you've made 3 very important points, and I love that you focused on education in a much deeper way. We cannot educate children if they are not properly fed. It's not going to happen. In fact, you can see adults, you're eating, and I'm going to keep talking. So there are some elements around education. Do you remember what the children told us? They said, thank you NGOs for building schools. Then what did the young person say? Remember that little boy at the end? What did he say? Thank you for building schools, but can you now make sure you equip the schools with good teachers, desks, and school meals? It isn't enough to build a school, ladies and gentlemen. It isn't enough to build a building and put your name on it. You need to have quality as well. I love this. This is fantastic. So, Cyrus, really briefly, what are the key things you want us to think about that you said so that we document them and keep them?
I really want this house to think of asking government to revise the Education Act of 28, Chapter 5, Section C, to create a cost-sharing model where government contributes and parents also contribute to the school feeding program, so that the burden is not entirely on parents, because parents have to foot the other bills that include uniforms, other scholastic materials, transportation of their children to school, and are meeting this with a lot of difficulty. So the ask is a revision of the Education Act 28, Article 5, Section C, to create a cost-sharing model.
If there was ever an advocacy expert in the house, ladies and gentlemen, let's give this man some flowers. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. So one more, then I'm going straight to Honorable Musiwa. So really quickly, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. This will contribute to the recommendations in the report, by the way.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Birungi Lloyd from Hoima Network of Children's Clubs. In yesterday's discussion, there was an issue to do with data. And we realized that the data we have in our organizations or in the country is not really reliable, because the way it is collected, the methods used, and sometimes the people who are sent to get this data from the villages do not do the good job as it would be. For instance, someone was cracking a joke in our group of disability that during the census, some ladies, normally they are senior 4 leavers, senior 6 vacants and all that, who are employed to do this job. Someone comes into a home to ask for data about children and people in that home. They ask, do you have any disability or not? For them, they just look at you and say, you are physically fit. And then he ticks or she marks on that paper that this person is physically fit. But for invisible disabilities, such as epilepsy, low vision and others, cannot be seen by eyes. Therefore, this person would be left out and therefore will not get the services if they deserve to get the services by government and any other partner that would come up. So I learned that the data we have is not really good because the method in which it is collected, the people who are trusted to collect this data from the villages, from homes, are not doing the right job because they don't follow what should be done rightly, or maybe they lack training and all that. Two, there was also an issue of reporting discussed by the doctors who were on Zoom. They said sometimes we go in for reporting and we are like trying to do fault finding. Sometimes we get so much defensive, and sometimes we want to earn the donor's favor and we give false information in our reporting. And therefore, we need to, I think, improve in our reporting systems so that we provide right information of quality and then we do the right thing as it's supposed to be. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now, in one sentence, your recommendation.
I think when we are doing data collection, we need to be authentic. First of all, train the people who are going to do data collection at the grassroots. They should know what exactly they are looking for. Thank you.
Now, folks, let's give him flowers. If you have just arrived or came in the last 15 minutes, I hope you've had tea. Welcome. I want you to turn to your partners and we're going to teach them how to say good morning in sign language. Today we're prioritizing sign language, so we're going to be doing a couple more things with sign language than we've done before. We're going to learn. We're going to be good to it. So if you could all turn to your neighbors and please say good morning in sign language.
How do we do it? Oh, amazing.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce my co-chair for the session.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nsubuga Asar Ahmed Subi, and I'm going to be Mr. Mwanga's co-chair for the session.
Fantastic. So now you can introduce our next guest.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity, sir.
No worries.
Our next speaker
yes,
is Honorable Monsieur. Maybe I could give the mic to her.
Absolutely. All protocol observed. You can even say that.
Thank you very much. Do I need to stand?
No, they can see you there.
All right. Thank you very much. I think mine is a very easy task. We've started late, so I'll not go into depths to save time. Right, just to summarize, the last 2 days, we are focusing on the consortium reviewing the achievements over the 25 years and also coming up with way forward on how to strengthen. Has already been highlighted is that yes, we develop the policies, but let them be felt and cause impact within the communities. Whatever we are going to do towards the realization of children's rights, let's promote community participation. Which brings me to the discussion which we held with the Honorable Minister yesterday, Honorable Minister Nyirabashiti. It was a very good discussion where we were really looking at the problems or the issues which children of Uganda are facing. And we were discussing on how best to ensure that every child is reached in terms of inclusion, whether they are challenged or they come from a poverty-stricken place. And the pointer was that let's have a strong coordination unit for the state. The Children's Act has it that Uganda should have an authority body, isn't it? So if we have that authority body, this is my take home through you, if we have an authority body which has got the oversight role to coordinate all ministries and stakeholders, including the private sector, on children's issue, the issue of data will be solved. We have a centralized database within that authority to ease the monitoring, the evaluation, the analysis, and reporting at the same time. If we have that authority body in terms of coordination, it will be having the power and authority to mobilize resources which are quite meager for children, because the budget into that one ministry with youth, women, social affairs, we don't know what percentage is going towards children's issues, isn't it? Which is actually revealed by having so many children in the streets, because if the budget was quite high, it would flow towards them for reintegration, isn't it? So if that authority body is there, they mobilize resources so that we have a child-friendly budget, which is just focusing at interventions for children. Because remember, we are here as partners who are complementing government activities. But we are not going to be complementing them for the next decade, because our sources, we are not very sure whether we'll continue, isn't it? So we just kickstart for the government, but there has to be an issue of sustainability. So that's one strong issue which we discussed with the Honorable Minister, and it sounded promising. With your support behind what we are discussing here, you are with them every day. With me and the committee up there, continuously following up with the minister, let's push for that authority body. It will help to solve some of the problems which we are talking about here. In a nutshell, I think that's what we have done to this day. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Honorable Anne Musiwa. For those of you who are not aware, who have only joined us today, Honorable Anne Musiwa is the Special Rapporteur, a member of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and the Welfare of the Child. That is an AU committee, African Union, and Uganda is one of her key countries. So we're very fortunate to have her here. She's also the Special Rapporteur for children without parental care. And a number of our issues intersect with children without parental care, which is why you'll hear her talk about all the other issues. It's an honor to have you here. It's an honor to have our continental, I'm not going to call her politician, representatives in this room. Advocacy, you heard, should be non-confrontational, but it should be smart. And what else should it be? Can you remember? Cyrus, do you want to remind us? Coordinated, excellent. Anything else? Evidence-based, excellent. Now, Honorable Musiwa has said all those things, and this is how she champions us. Remember, we are one continent. We have to speak with a voice. We have different context, which has to be understood and represented at the African Union, even before it goes to the United Nations. Yes? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to morph into another human being now. I have advocacy conversation we're having. So this morning, I'd like to, first of all, give you some background. I took my time to prepare for this session, so I've been telling the UN, the team, Damon and his team, that they're going to have to let me deliver it the way I planned it. So this morning, we're going to, I've been advised there's a video, which we will ask them to play after this. Okay. So we're going to discuss a policy brief, and we're going to have a panel that's going to come up and give us some context on this policy brief and why it was developed. It's called Teenage and Pregnant Girls with Disabilities. Are we doing enough? Teenage pregnancy is a global concern with profound implications for the health, education, and overall well-being of young mothers and their children. So first of all, I want to ensure you understand that teenage pregnancy is not a Ugandan issue. It's a global issue. In Uganda and sub-Saharan Africa, where persistent challenges related to reproductive health, gender equality, and healthcare access persist, teenage pregnancy takes on a uniquely complex dimension. Within this landscape, a frequently overlooked group faces intersecting challenges: teenage girls with disabilities. Yeah? Teenagers with disabilities in Uganda and across sub-Saharan Africa navigate a world often ill-equipped to meet their needs and protect their rights. The issue of teenage pregnancy with this group adds yet another layer of complexity, underscoring the urgent need for attention, support, and understanding. Our panel members and experts and the discussion will delve into the intricate relationship between teenage pregnancy and disability among teenagers in Uganda and sub-Saharan Africa, but mainly Uganda. They will aim to shine a light on the specific challenges they encounter and emphasize the critical steps required to address this underrepresented issue, fostering inclusivity and empowerment. Now, while Uganda's government has made commendable progress in establishing legal and policy frameworks to protect children with disabilities, gaps in law enforcement, inconsistent policy implementation, uncoordinated operational procedures, and limited local accountability mechanisms, children at risk. Our focus today will be on Bunyoro region, where anecdotal sources have raised concerns about a high incidence of teenage pregnancy amongst disabled girls, particularly those with intellectual disabilities, the deaf, blind, hearing impairments, and physical mobility disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, in the panel discussion, they will delve into the critical issue, aiming to illuminate the challenges faced by teenage girls with disabilities in Bunyoro region. We also seek to advocate for increased awareness, support, and data collection to effectively address the pressing concern. Are we all on the same page? Now, for the video. It's meant to just play. Team, a round of applause for making that video. Thank you so much. That video is a recap of the last 2 days. So for the panel discussion today, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our panelists. We are going to have Annabelle Nakabiri. Annabelle is the founder and executive director of the Remnant Generation, an organization that rescues and restores sexually abused pregnant teenage girls and victims of early marriage. A survivor of sexual assault and child marriage herself, Annabelle did not let her childhood misfortunes determine the rest of her life. She graduated with an honors, a Bachelor of Science degree in accounting and finance from Chambogo University, and acquired training in participatory planning, monitoring, and evaluation. After working with street-connected children and highly at-risk families for 10 years with dwelling places, Annabelle officially set up TRG in 2015. Since its inception, the Remnant Generation has worked with over 5,000, and I will correct this, I think there's more now, with over 5,533 survivors of sexual abuse and teen moms that have directly benefited from the organization's community-based care and transitional shelter programs. Annabelle was recognized as a woman of influence by Miss Uganda North America franchise in 2018. She was awarded the 2020 Vocational Service Award from the Rotary Club of Kisugu, Victoria View. Her contributions have also been recognized by the Virtuous Women Group under Christ Heart Ministries with an award. She provides leadership and support to the Violence Against Children thematic group under UCRNN and Teenage Mothers Working Group under the Child at Risk Action Network. Annabelle is also the national coordinator for the Association for the Life of Africa, founding member of the Life and Family Foundation, and serves as co-founder for Fathers Arise. Annabelle is a biological mother of 3 children and married to a fantastic Isaac Mukisa Sebakidje. Together with her husband, they lead the Worship Harvest Ministries Busego location. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to stand and please welcome Annabelle. Come on. Okay. Our next panelist is Damon Wamara. Damon, please come up to the stage. Damon Wamara is a holder of a bachelor's degree in ethics and development studies from Uganda Matters University. He has over 10 years experience in child rights, organizational development, with a special interest in international relations, public relations, and company profiling, branding, and maintenance at the high head level. He holds high ethical values everywhere he represents himself and the organizations he works for. Damon currently serves as the executive director of the Uganda Child Rights NGO Network based here in Kampala, Uganda. As the executive director, he is responsible for the overall leadership and management at the UCRNN Secretariat. He also provides development coordination and promotion of the UCRNN programs and activities, provision of technical support to the board, as well as the implementation of the decisions of the board of directors. The network has over 200 child rights-focused organizations under his leadership. That's correct? Over. He holds various leadership positions. For example, he is the chairperson of the board of directors for the ACRWC CSO Forum and the Eastern African Child Rights Network, vice chairperson of the Coalition of Trafficking in Persons, Uganda. He's also a member of the Baylor Uganda Advisory Council and a member of the National Task Force of Trafficking in Persons in Uganda. In 2020, he was the recipient of the Iqbal Masih Award for the elimination of the child labor from the Department of Labor, United States of America, and a nominee of the European Union's Human Rights Defenders Award 2020. On the 26th of February 2022, Damon was awarded the Outstanding Alumni Award and bestowed the Diamond Ambassador Award by Uganda Matters University and its Alumni Association for being the light in the world and for efforts to end all forms of violence against children, including child trafficking and child labor. A common quote that I've taken from Damon recently is, "Child rights are non-negotiable." Ladies and gentlemen, another standing applause, please, for Damon Wamara. It's going to be an amazing panel. That's why I'm doing this. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to apologize. My next panelist, I don't have a full biography, but I will have it. I would like to invite Lydia Akite, Child Protection Manager for Child Fund Uganda, to the stage. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes to the stage. Sorry? She's coming? She's coming. Okay. Oh, here she is. Let's give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's. Okay. Welcome, Lydia. Our last panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is Rosette Nanyanzi. Rosette is a dedicated and experienced social development specialist with over 15 years of expertise in gender and equity programming within the education and sports sector in Uganda. Serving under the Directorate of Basic and Secondary Education, she plays a pivotal role in spearheading and implementing strategic initiatives that promote gender equality, girls' education, and the elimination of violence against children. She's coming. Her contributions include developing and implementing national strategic plans, curriculum revisions, policy guidelines, and research projects aimed at enhancing the educational landscape in Uganda. In addition to her professional work, she's actively engaged in the media advocacy for gender and equity issues in education and capacity building initiatives. I understand she's coming. Folks, let's give a round of applause for Rosette. Our last panelist is not able to join us now, but will be answering our questions later on. I will introduce that panelist. But to start us off, Damon, I think I'm right that you are going to give us some context and ensure that we've got the correct policy brief for this morning. Awesome. Fantastic.
Good morning once again. Good morning. I hope we had a good night's sleep, and Chris's introduction can really scare you that if you come up and mess up and do not live up to that introduction, you will have disappointed the people who are seated. So I just want to make a bit of a change in what Chris earlier on introduced. As Uganda Child Rights NGO Network, we have 2 policy briefs we are launching today and tomorrow. And the policy brief he actually introduced is for tomorrow. So Chris is living in the future. And I'm going to take him a bit slower than the future. And today, the policy brief we want to bring to us for discussion and also input for us to smarten up and see that we can have an input in. We remember that policy briefs are put there for us to be able to inform policy, to be able to guide government as they come up with the different policies around protection for children for us who are in this area. And under the support of funding from Eric's development partner, Uganda Child Rights NGO Network has been implementing for the last 2 years a project on safeguarding, child safeguarding, and we have trained over 35 organizations and worked with them to ensure that they have safeguarding policies, safeguarding systems, and that the children who are under their care are actually protected. But as we do that, we definitely come across some alarming issues that we feel as a network we need to bring to the attention of the public, to the attention of government, and for government to consider as they implement, as they carry out the implementation. Specifically through our conversations with the various people, we have, it was brought to our attention about emerging issues around safeguarding of children and the spaces that the children are in. We can now go to the presentation, please. And one of the policy briefs that we are presenting to us is around teenage pregnancy amongst girls living and working on the streets. Specifically, the policy brief is looking at those who are working and living on the streets of Kampala. And I'm just going to make a brief overview presentation of the policy. We are working hard to ensure that each of us gets a copy of this policy. And I want to announce that the policy that you're going to get is now the draft policy. And our input today will make our policy even stronger, will make it even better, so that we can then engage government accordingly. Also, the two people who Chris had spoken of, that is Rosette, Madame Rosette, who works with Ministry of Education, is the gender specialist there, and also the one in charge of ending violence against children in schools, is going to be joining us, and she will equally be taking the questions and ideas and will have their input in. Likewise, Commissioner Mondo, Chateka, is also supposed to be with us, but he has said that he will join us at a given time, but we feel that we need to proceed and have this presentation completed. So when we look at, let me use the mic. Have an urban center as long as they have, nowadays I will even say as long as they have traffic lights and roundabouts, anything that is going to slow down traffic, you're definitely going to find some children there begging and living on the streets. We must all agree that the whole issue of children being away from their families is totally unacceptable for us who believe that children need to have their full rights. So for us, the whole concept of the fact that a child is going to the street to fend for themselves is a big global issue that needs to be addressed yesterday. In Uganda, we do not have numbers. We do not know the actual numbers of children living and working on the streets. The only assumption we have had has been ever since I do not know when. I probably was in primary 7, and don't ask me because you're going to try and find out how old I am. But for over 10 to 15 years, we have been riding on the statistics of UNICEF that says that there are 10,000 children living and working on the streets. For over 15 years, we've been riding on that. And if you hear, and I challenge you, if you ever hear anyone presenting to you any issue, even if it's on the floor of parliament, whichever space they'll be, and they're presenting about Uganda, children living on the streets, they're going to tell you the number is estimated to be 10 to 15,000 children, as per UNICEF statistics. Whereas one of our organizations here, one of our member organizations, Hope for Justice, carried out a remuneration, just a sample remuneration of children living and working on the streets in 4 districts. And in those 4 districts, and this was in 2016, right, Moses? 2016, before COVID, there were 17,000 children living on the streets in Kampala, Jinja, Iganga, and Mbale. Those 4 districts, 17,000. Not counting Mbarara, not counting Lira, not counting Arua, not counting all these other streets where we have seen, these other towns and cities where we have seen children living and working on the what? On the streets. 17,000 in 4 districts. So the whole concept of us not even knowing how many children are working and living on the streets poses a challenge that we then cannot plan well for each and every child, which we claim we are doing as a country. The traditional thinking that the boys are the ones to go and fend has since changed. And now we have girls also coming to the streets. And this is seen through the statistics and what is shown through the remuneration by Hope for Justice, which brought out and showed that there were more boys than girls on the streets if they were in the Buganda region. But if you're to look at it in the context of the children who are coming from Karamoja, there were more girls on the streets than the boys. That remuneration also brought out that there were more boys who were physically being seen on the street rather than the girls who are not being seen, the unseen. Are we together? So the policy brief, first of all, allow me to mention that this policy brief was more of a desk review policy brief looking at the different documents and also listening to some of the organizations working with people, working with the children who live and work on the streets. The whole idea of looking at the scope of Buganda, which was, for this policy brief, the sample size that was taken, showed that there were over 60 that over 60% of the estimated 10,000, remember where that 10,000 is coming from. The 10,000 is coming from UNICEF. That over 60% of the people who live and work on the streets in Kampala, despite what many of us know as the Karamojong, are actually indigenous Baganda from the central region. That remuneration also brought out clearly that when you're to look at the 4 districts where the remuneration was taking place, that each district revealed that the most prominent people there, the biggest number, were the people of that area. So if it is Buganda, it is the Baganda. If it is Jinja, it is the Basoga. If it was Zimbale, it was not the Bagishu, the Bamasaba. That is what the statistics showed. Despite what many of us have seen and what we always see on the streets, and we are always seeing the children from Karamoja and believe that they are actually the most on the street. Which raises a key issue because we are looking at those who are on the streets, but the statistics and even this policy brief looked at what is happening to those who are not counted, those who are not seen, but are actually being exploited off the streets. And if you're to look at the legal frameworks that are there, Uganda has them all. We have done well. We should even clap for our government for doing very well in terms of the laws and policies. We have the laws, we have the policies, we have strategies that have been coming into place. The last one for the children living and working on the streets expired in 2017. Nevertheless, we still had a strategy. At least we had a strategy. And examples include the National Child Policy, which we know is all-encompassing and has captured each and everything about protecting. We have the NSPPI, which operationalizes the National Child Policy. We also have the law on protecting children, the Children's Act as amended 2016. We have also the education law, which declares that every child should not be anywhere else other than being in school or in home. We have all the policies, we have all the guidance notes, we have all the administrative notes, we have everything that it takes in terms of laws and policies, but we still have over 17,000 children living and working on the streets. We have seen government many times, and this we have seen on TV, on debates, because when you talk about government, we're not talking about only the central government or the executive arm. We're also talking about parliament as part of government. We're also talking about judiciary as part of government. We have seen that government has prioritized the children through the budget, through the conversations on the floor of parliament. We have seen an attempt to allocate resources to rescuing these children off the streets and get them off and back into their families. We have seen even us ourselves as organizations, because remember, as organizations, we supplement what government is doing. We have seen many organizations here that are working at ensuring that these children are safely off the streets and back in their families. Despite all the efforts, we still see more children and more children coming on the streets. Having said that, I want to bring to context the fact that the unseen children are the unheard children. The statistics or the desk review that we did showed that there were more boys who were on the streets carrying out odd jobs such as tin collecting, such as scrap collecting, metal collecting, and these jobs they would take to sell and get some little money that they would take back home. Nevertheless, we would still see that there was a gap in where are the girls, what is happening to the girls. And from the desk review and conversations with member organizations, we came to understand that many of these girls, although they are not on the streets, they are in the bars, they are in the restaurants, in the market restaurants, they are in the bars by evening, and they are also in other different spaces. Even for the girls that we see on the streets, we are seeing that these girls, when they come to by day, they are beggars, by night, they are, I don't want to say the word, because they are children. But you know what I'm going to say, and you understand the perception.
So when we look at the current situation, I already gave a highlight on that, but if you want figures, according to 2017, and it was done in 2016, and Ministry of Gender approved these statistics in 2017. Approved this enumeration in 2017. Buganda region alone had 5,671 children, and 30% of those children were from Kampala city. 30% of those 671 were from Kampala. And the girls came from different ranges, they came from different places, or they come from different backgrounds, different ethnicity, age, and from various parts of the country. And we also have girls, young girls who come in from Rwanda, Congo, Burundi, Tanzania, and Kenya. We have them all. I cannot forget to say, even South Sudan. We have them all. Most of these teenagers are engaged, if not in begging, they are engaged in odd jobs like short-term maid work. They are hired during the day to do maid work. When they are there, they are sexually abused. When they go back to their homes, when they go back to their slums, they still are sexually abused in the houses that they sleep in. I think when you read the policy brief on your own, you will see that it is even mentioning that they are sharing the rooms with the boys, with the men that are in the area. They are being forced to pay a certain amount of money, and if they don't have the money, it is easy for them to pay for the accommodation through offering sex as a form of payment. There are also situations where they do not know how to. They have come from Karamoja. It's their first time in Kampala. Then they're introduced to this uncle, and this uncle then takes advantage of them. Many cases were reported and shared likewise. Getting to the issue around teenage pregnancy and what facilitates it all. There is a lot of recruitment of the girls in commercial sex. The policy brief highlights that many of the local rented rooms are turned into brothels. The boss will allow the girls to sleep there, hire the place, and then the boss will also collect money from the men who are looking for, the engagement. The girls are also paid a small fee for their labor, and most of them go without protecting themselves. When some of the girls were asked, our member organizations shared with us that many of them said that they are satisfied that at least they are able to get a meal on their table. Better food than starve. Imagine your daughter telling you that. Then also the silent sexual exploitation of these girls. Though we found out that there are a number of girls who are engaged in commercial sexual exploitation each day, and these numbers also are unknown. I mean, if you don't know how many children are on the streets, how will you know how many girls are being sexually exploited? So we don't know how many girls are actually being exploited. They also face a lot of exploitation, other forms of exploitation through gangs, criminal groups, then also employers, those who employ the maids, the landlords, then the people around them, even the government officials, the local council officials, the so-called leaders in their community also exploit them for sex and for money. And at the end, when you have unprotected sex, and you are not in your safe days, the result is pregnancy. There's also the culture of the girls who are engaged in the sexual activities, and this is because nowadays it is viewed as normal. I mean, you go to the LC1 and say, how are you letting this man share this room with these girls? He says, what is your problem? This is how we live in the slum. When Chisenyi what we do in Chisenyi is how you find it. It is now normal.
If we go and talk about it, they'll say, what is new? In fact, if I am not mistaken, if a government person was here, they would have also said, what you're saying, we already know. It is, we already know. What do we do? It is now normal. We have normalized it all. When you talk about the accommodation, I've already shared that the policy brief highlights that there are 30 to 40 girls that live in one room. They rent one room, 30 to 40 girls sharing one room. And the rest, as I say, is history. What is the risk? What is the biggest issue we highlight? Government has no center, no safe shelter where these girls can even run to and report and get the necessary health care support that they need. We're talking about access to PEP. We're talking about access to these other services, counseling, rehabilitation. I mean, they have been raped and they don't have any access to that. Let me highlight that these children already going to the health centers are already seen as a hindrance. They will tell them, you go away, you're dirty, you're smelling. And therefore, even when they get pregnant, them accessing antenatal health care is another issue altogether. Recommendations. The policy is suggesting these as recommendations. And this one, Chris, we can have as a form of discussion and agree if we want to smarten them up. But the first one is, we want to engage government, and we are saying government should develop or strengthen the strategies and regulations that are specifically directed in supporting and addressing the dynamics and concerns of girls living and working on the streets. We want to see it evidently. We want to see it. And the government should look into the pull and the push factors. We acknowledge government has done something, but have we done enough to say that we have given up on these children? The government should also strengthen coordination and networking mechanisms for all actors engaged in providing services. The children, one of the children mentioned it here, that they have realized that the children who are working on the streets and living and working on the streets don't want to leave the streets because some of us, civil society, are giving food to them. Therefore, we have become part of the pull factor for the children living on the streets. You have become part of the problem. As civil society, we have become part of the problem. And that is why the children are staying on the streets. We are saying government should take up its role as a coordinating agency and bring us all onto the same book for us to be able to have a program and everything possible to ensure that these children are receiving the necessary care and support. We are also saying that the civil society have successful strategies that they have implemented. I mean, we have very many organizations. Let me just give you a sample. Can I request all those that work with children living and working on the streets to please stand up? All the organizations. I see CRO, I see Every Child, SOS, Hope for Justice behind there. I see many others, and there are others that are not even here. Just these few give you a clue that their strategies, and they have the strategies that have worked. We are suggesting that government should look at these strategies that have worked with the civil society, and they should adopt them. They should consider them, adopt those strategies, and have them as part of the government programming. It has worked. It has been tested. It has been proven. Rather than reinventing the wheel, adopt. They have done it before. The Sauti 116 was a CSO activity. Started as an activity, it went into a program, and now it is a fully fledged arm under the Ministry of Gender, and it is doing a tremendous work. We are saying the same thing on the strategy for these children on the streets, the girls. Let us ask those who are working there to share the best experiences and let government adopt and consider and adopt these strategies and have them part of the government programming. This one will only be possible, or we can see its possibility once the budget allocation and actualization is reflected and reported on by the Ministry of Gender and by Parliament to its citizens. the owners of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, the last one we suggest is that we should strengthen the platforms and the opportunities, the safe spaces for these children to come and report. Are our police stations safe for them to come and report? Or are the police stations still at the stage of saying, you, why did you dress like that? You, why did you allow to sleep in that room? Safe spaces, the safe places for these girls to come and report, to come and access health care, to come and get antenatal health care, to come and get every service that they ought to receive. Remember, Uganda is like part of Africa, and we are not leaving any child behind. What about those who are silenced and are not seen? Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we have another round of applause for Mr. Damon? I'd love to thank him for this elusive overview. It has been really spot on, and I think everyone has got a hint about what we're trying to fight for. And just as a reflective statement before I move on to our next stage, given the challenges in estimating the population of children living and working on the streets, how can government and organizations improve data collection and mapping to better understand the scope of this issue? That is something we are all meant to think about as we are providing a brighter future for the children. And then, let me take this opportunity to invite our representative from the Ministry of Education and Sports, the Gender Unit, Honorable Saidi M. Nsamba. Please give him a round of applause as he takes on the stage and he's placed at the panel. And then as Honorable Saidi is taking on his place on the panel, allow me invite our representative from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Mr. Chibirango Mohammed. Please give him a round of applause as he takes on the panel too. And then after, let me invite Chris to come on and take us to our next stage. Thank you very much. Okay, I've been requested to introduce myself again. Okay, my name is Nsuboga Asar Ahmed Subi, a representative from Raising Voices, Form 6 Vakist. And yes, I'll give myself, I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Azra. Thank you so much. Raising Voices, you are mentoring amazing young people. So I hope you don't mind me borrowing him for the session. Thank you so much. Folks, we're going to ask a few questions. Now, I have to do this as a magic trick because in 50 minutes, I need to be on another call. I'm going to share this with my young person. We're going to ask the panel to keep your questions short, clear, specific, concise, to the point. And then Damon, as requested, will try and find a way to do a discussion for the recommendations. Okay. So our first question, has actually been posed, and I think is very much a question for government. I'll say it again. As we delve deeper into this crucial topic, we need to pause for a moment to reflect on the resilience and strength exhibited by these young girls who face extraordinary challenges. Their determination to overcome adversity serves as a testament to the human spirit's unwavering hope. So let's not forget that. It is hard to walk a mile in these young women's shoes. What specific barriers make it difficult to include street children in national census or surveys? And how can these challenges be overcome to ensure their inclusion in the planning processes? Where do you think that question should go? Once again, what specific barriers make it difficult to include street-connected children in national census or surveys, and how can these challenges be overcome? I'll pose that to government. If our representatives from Ministry of Gender and Ministry of Education could take that on, and I would welcome comments from the other panelists as well. Okay, please put your microphone on and go ahead and make the recommendations.
Thank you, Chris. That's a very pertinent question, and it's been one of those that I've been asking myself since yesterday. Every time we are mentioning that we don't have data and like some of these very things, I think this is the opportunity we have for a public-private partnership, because as CSOs, we are saying that this is hindering our work, but it is also going to be one of those things where government is going to say we don't have funding. And we know that one of the very unfunded sectors is really the sector of child protection. And we have had that conversation ongoing. But what if this coming year, 2024, we agreed and made a resolve as CSOs to really see that we are working, whether it's through the National Council for Children, the National Authority for Children, National Children's Authority, together with the committee and the ministry, to see that we are actually getting, even start with the basics, like getting to know how many children are actually living on the streets, and then get to have partners coming together in the different regions. We have partners in every region of this country, and just see and get it as our main agenda for 2024, as CSOs and UCRN. I'm sure we can lead on that, and then we can pull in resources from different spaces, volunteer our staff to be, part of the research, volunteer children to be part of the research, and actually see that we get children counted, so that we don't have to postpone this as an issue, even in the next year and the years and the years and the years, and then get government on board. I don't know, that is one of the things that I'm thinking practically that can be done.
Just to add on, first of all, I want to recognize the presence of the chair for the Gender Committee in Parliament, Honorable Flavia Kabahenda, who has joined us now, and a champion for girls in Uganda, and children generally, but she's a lover of girls as a mother, definitely. I think for me, the great strides that we've had around having children, all children counted, first of all, for me, is the most important. All children need to be counted, and that's one of the things that we are trying to push for. We have had conversations with Ugandan Bureau of Statistics for the inclusion of the children, and all categories of children to be counted for, because you see the challenge is this, Chris, and everyone, that if the children are not counted for, then they cannot be planned for. And so if they have counted only the children in the households, and remember even how, and I can't be corrected because I'm not a statistician, but when they count the children, they count them and they say this one has 4. If they don't find you at home, they ask the neighbor. And the neighbor does not know how many children are actually in that house, if there really are 2 only for that family. But at the end, that is how they'll do the statistics, that's how they'll count, and that's how they'll have estimates, with its own dynamics that it has. But and I can be corrected, there has never been any attempt to, apart from the enumeration that was done by civil society, to actualize and have every child, even those on the streets, counted. And that presents a big issue for us. So the biggest thing for us is to advocate that Parliament ensures that as they bring the statistics to them, presents the statistics to them of the number of children, they pose the questions of these unseen, unwanted, uncategorized children, and ensure that they send them back and all these children are counted. Leave no child behind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damon. Then that would push us to our next question here for our dear panelists. Dear panelists, could you share successful strategies for reaching and engaging hard-to-reach street children and providing them with essential support and service?
I think for me, one of the key strategies, we need to look at where the children are coming from. So we need to address two things. One, we need to have interventions at the home, and then we need to have interventions probably at the street or within the areas. We've already said that the children are residing within particular areas. They come to the streets at night, but during the day and part of the night now, but they have somewhere that they are sleeping. And I think we've talked about the 30 children in a room. So what are those interventions that we can do within those two settings? We know that one of the pull factors or the push factors is actually poverty within the households. How are we strengthening the household incomes and generally ensuring that children are also benefiting within their homes? They are provided for in terms of basic needs, but also as we move towards the rented places they have within the towns, what are we doing for them there? I believe that some of the children even do not know some of the information that we are providing or we are discussing here, they do not know. Do they know where to even access the services? If they are pregnant, I know that there are health centers within those communities. Do they know? They also do not know that some of us here are actually providing these services. So one of the key issues is also to empower the children, to provide for them that information. I wouldn't really believe so much in providing, giving them incomes or money, direct money, because what we have seen is that when you give them money, it's actually not, they do not use the money at the end of the day. There is somebody who collects the money from them. So how are we also intervening or engaging with those middlemen? I would call them middlemen because the middlemen or middle women are actually the ones that bring the children on the street. So there are levels, different levels of interventions that we need to have before we actually say we are zeroing down on the children themselves. How are we ensuring that these other structures that support the children to come on the street are actually, we are actually intervening and addressing those structures? Because I believe that sometimes if we just provide handouts to the children, as children, they might encourage their other fellow children to come to the street because life in the street is actually good. So let us address those issues. I also thought about the rehabilitation strategies that we are using. Over time, we need to question the strategies that we've been using. We know that there are initiatives by KCCA and Ministry of Gender to come pick the children or rescue the children off the street and then take them back. But we also know that the next day, these children are back on the street just like they didn't go back. So we need to address those. What rehabilitation strategies do we have? Are we just taking them back, dumping them, and not rehabilitating them? Because if we don't do something from where they are coming from, definitely they will come back to the street. I also know that there are issues about budgeting, general budgeting for even the rehabilitation package that is given is very minimal because of issues of budget. So how are we actually ensuring that there is increased budget for child protection in general and this exact budget trickling down to children on the street? I think that is all I can say in regard to that question.
Thank you very much. Very comprehensive. And you've actually answered a number of the previous questions. And it's really good to hear that there's also a collaborative approach in addressing the issue, because I don't think this issue can be addressed by one ministry, which is why we effectively have two of the many that should be here with us. Okay, so I'm going to move us on to the next question. And I have maybe two more. We have maybe two more questions before we move into the recommendations and a bit of a wrap-up. Now, we really want to understand what initiatives have been undertaken to implement the National Child Policy and Strategic Program Plan of Interventions for Street-Connected Children, and what progress has been made in addressing their specific needs. Now, there's a reason why I'm asking a policy-related question, because this is obviously a policy brief. We wanted to strengthen, advise, but also add to it. We have the National Child Policy, and yesterday when we met with the minister, her technical people were reminding us of the National Child Policy 2020. So I don't know if you can answer that question. Sorry to pose that to you again, but I would also be interested in hearing if there are any comments from Annabelle and Damon as well.
I will speak from my point of
Absolutely.
view as civil society and somebody who has been at the forefront of supporting the Ministry of Gender to actually disseminate and ensure that the National Child Policy is implemented. We know that the policy was passed during the lockdown, that is 2020. So within that period, there was not so much done in terms of dissemination. So in the last 2 years, a few of the agencies here have actually been at the forefront of supporting the Ministry of Gender to disseminate. And I could say that probably 80% of the districts have actually, the policy has been disseminated to those 80% of the districts that we have. But also we have been able to support the ministry to ensure that we have the children's committees within, child well-being committees within those 80 districts that we have supported them. So for now, I believe that that is the process that we have taken, supporting the ministry to actually go on ground and disseminate and ensure that the child well-being committees, which are supposed to be part of the structures that actually ensure that the policy is being implemented, that they are functional, that they are on ground, and that we have the technical and political wing actually sitting on these committees to ensure that children's issues are addressed within those districts. So that is what I can say in relation to that.
Thank you very much. Annabelle, do you have any additional comments?
Yes, I do. And,
Yes.
and my point of emphasis is really going to get us back to the theme of the policy brief, which is teenage girls that are pregnant and living on the streets. Because I feel every time we have a conversation about street-connected children and we do not point out that teenage girls that are getting pregnant, it somehow always falls through the cracks. And among the things that I think still need to be done in getting services delivered to these girls and improving how we can actually work with them, first of all, is the understanding that we still need to see the holistic engagement and approach of this cross-cutting issue. The Ministry of Health working groups, the Ministry of Gender working groups, the CSO working groups coming together in a room and having joint conversations on interventions. Each sector is dealing with things differently. When you go out and, as in our experience working with these girls for the last 9 years, we are realizing that, when you get there, the services, when the Ministry of Health is taking condoms and giving them access to ARVs, but yet they also don't have the food to eat, to enable them to swallow the medicine, or the child-friendly services spaces created at the health centers by KCCA, and then getting there, but they do not have the numbers to call of service providers for legal aid. They don't have the numbers to call for service providers for psychosocial support. So there is that whole referral system and networking that needs to happen, and at this level, since we are focusing on Kampala, so for all actors within Kampala, for us to have an opportunity for that collaborative effort in the full sense of the word, that Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, gender, civil society, and different people providing different services are there. We also have a challenge with shelters. Teen mom shelters are considered as children's homes. And one of the things that we are pushing for as people that are working with teenage mothers is the understanding that that limits, the regulation of a children's home was developed thinking orphans, or an abandoned child and all of that. Now you have a mother and her baby And if these are not considered and looked at as maternity homes, teen mothers' maternity homes, yes, they are still children. And but the legalization and the monitoring, even when the probation officers come to visit and the health officers, they struggle because there is a uniqueness when it comes to teen moms and the babies, because now you have a family unit in a shelter. It is not just a child. And so when you're thinking resettlement, when you're thinking alternative care, you are thinking a family unit altogether. Already a mother and the baby are a whole family. And so even the legislation and the policy governing the shelters needs to be looked into and see how, as we are pushing for the policy to amendment and seeing how things can be improved, how do we also ensure that we have that? And my recommendation in what could be done differently is really to see that we have that catered for. And finally, my input there would also go to the previous panelist mentioned about getting the information to these girls and letting them to know. But we have brothels, bars, hotel owners, restaurant owners that are actually employing children, these girls, and giving them opportunity and employing them. Why? Because most of the skills training opportunities are not including them. They are not inviting these girls into these spaces. So they are going out and looking for work. But if we can actually get the ministry, the law, to really say, that whole thing of not employing children below the age of 18. And I know now there is a 16, the age of 16 law when it comes to labor and all of that. But can we emphasize the police rounds that they're doing to do the roundups, going beyond just the streets to the bars, to the brothels, and watching out for children. Recently, we rescued a 12-year-old who was introduced to sex, this whole sex business when she was only 8 years. And she was working, and she had been there, and she had been brought from the village, promised a scholarship opportunity, and she ended up in one of the brothels in Kisenyi. And the people there would see that their children, because there are men also who come to buy, and they're interested in buying children. And they say, for us, we love children, And so you find a 12-year-old, a 15-year-old, an 8-year-old, and they're literally being put out as if they're commodities. And they pay for 5,000, 3,000, 2,000 shillings, and they're literally, buying, and these places are known, but nothing is being done. And there is just so much corruption and all of those things that even when they are reported, the next day the person is out and the place is open. Can we see the strict hand of the law and regulation, all these legal frameworks in place, literally working, and seeing that we are protecting the children and getting them out of places where they're being abused? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Annabelle. Actually, your response has knocked away a number of our questions. So I think that will drive us to our last question, maybe. And I think maybe our representative from the government would give us the response, maybe, I think, or the rest of the panel members. So the question would be, in light of the recognition of street-connected children as a priority group, especially the girls that Ms. Annabelle has mentioned, what budgetary allocations and resource mobilization strategies are being put in place to support comprehensive interventions addressing the needs of these vulnerable children, particularly with regards to education, healthcare, and protection?
Thank you very much, everybody. Good morning once again.
Good morning.
Saidi Samba is my name, Minister of Education and Sports. Standing in for the Gender Technical Advisor of the Minister of Education. You do raise a very pertinent and critical question of resource allocation and budgeting And I'm happy my sister from Parliament is also here because that is part of their mandate. But as Minister of Education, recognizing the unique needs of children in the different settings, we'll begin by some of the strategies that we have put in place to ensure that we respond to them. Street children are not directly under Ministry of Education, but our concern is when we look at the hand of rights. These days we emphasize the hand of rights. That emphasizes access to education of all children, protection of all children, participation of all children in all the interventions we are doing, the right to play, and the health and well-being. And because education is one of the critical rights that would unlock most of the enjoyment of other rights, that's where we really come in. And in light of that, as a sector, of course, strategies are put in place include that the ministry has already a division on education and social work, which is supposed to address some of those issues. We do have the guidelines on re-entry, and this gives an opportunity because their being on the street means that they are either push or pull factors that accelerate their being on the street. So our role is to ensure that they are re-entered and integrated into the school system, but we are also realizing that we need to tap into the peer-to-peer support. Their fellow colleagues that of the same age that could be having similar challenges but are within the school setting, how do they support them? Also enhancing the roles of the senior women and senior men teachers as the coordinators of child issues within the school setting, like we have the vice chairperson in the LC system. Then we have the reporting and tracking and referral and response guidelines to ensure that all this is done. One of the critical issues as education that we have kept raising and we will keep pushing through is the aspect of child poverty. Child poverty is really something that seems to be ignored because much as we are concerned with education, children come from the communities, they come from somewhere. So if they are not given a firm foundation and strong base, definitely some of the push factors will be there. So issues of child poverty, especially as we implement aspect of parish development model, as we implement aspects of NADS, how do you address aspects of children that needs to be pushed out of the line for poverty? Taking advantage of the peer-to-peer, which is also similar in health. I think this is something that we can take to enhance their participation and the contribution to national development. As part of the budget allocation, it is insignificant, I would say, for the education sector in terms of supporting the street children. It is very significant. It could be 0.001 for the education sector as part of the overall budget for the education sector. And this basically comes from, you have the same resources, yet challenges keep increasing. The human resource could be there. That would enhance the psychosocial aspects and components. But in terms of budget allocation, since it's Parliament that allocates budget, education sector that I'm representing per se wouldn't have much really to make a contribution. But we do take cognizance of these issues, and something is being done, though it is just a drop in the ocean. Thank you very much.
Sorry, can I just mention?
Go ahead,
Chris,
Damon. Go ahead,
that
Damon.
When we talk about education, for me, this is one of the areas I actually see is a possible solution to the challenge that we have. Because when we talk about this issue, we cannot solve it and say that tomorrow we're going to get all the girls off the street. That would be a dream. But I'll tell you a reality that is, that is happening in Kampala and in many of the other districts. Some of these girls, during the school term, find a way to sneak their way into the government schools to get education. These schools can be the safe spaces we're talking about. These schools can be the place where they can get their antenatal care away from the health center where they're going to be ashamed for being young and with big stomachs. These schools is a safe space where already the child feels safe with the woman, senior woman, and all these spaces. We're not talking about what has happened with the girls being sexually abused in schools. That's not the discussion for today. We're now discussing the fact that there is proof that there are girls who sleep in the channels under Nachivubo by night. By day, they're going to Nachivubo Blue for education. So for me, the education institution itself can be part of the solution and can be our opportunity for rescue. In 2020, when COVID broke out, the schools became the rehabilitation, the reception centers for many children who were being chased away. And of the 100 girls that came into that center, 60 of them were pregnant and were being caned and pushed away to go home. Which home? The channels, Nachivobo channels. But the school became the safe space. That's what I wanted to highlight.
Do you want to add to that, Annabelle? Go ahead.
No, I think just the fact that the whole collaborative thing, that it's a joint solution. The school sees its contribution, and then everyone sees their contribution. And the fact, just to add to that, that we have also seen it practically happening to get the VHTs and the health center staff trained in service delivery for teen mothers, and knowing how to find them even before they come to the health centers, and make sure that they are not dying, because there are many girls that are giving birth in those the corners, their places of residence, and they are being supported by peers to push the baby. Why? Because they don't have money, they don't have a mama kit to go to hospital. But the VHTs do an incredible job going like place to place. If they have been retooled and resourced with the information, identifying the confidence to go, they actually do go down there. And the question is, where do they gather? How do we find a safe space? And if the schools, especially during holiday or even in the evening hours, schools that don't have boarding facilities can be that place where the children can come to. The final thought that I want to add to the conversation is the generational trauma. We should never forget that there are many women that are now women that were either first-time or first-generation children or second-generation street-connected children. So they have grown up in the city, on the street, and this is what they have known. And therefore, they're introducing their children from a very young age to the same thing. You know, you find a mother of a teenage girl who was came to the street as a child, gave birth on the street, the child has grown, and now the mother can no longer use her body. So now she's using her child as a tool of survival. And so she will not take the child to school. She will deprive her of all these other rights simply because the girl has to be used as the tool of survival for herself and the family if she has any other siblings. So while we are addressing that, we should also bear in mind that, so for example, if you're thinking family reintegration, eventually you're taking this child back to her mother who is already exploitive and working and staying on the street, which mother also has like a lost connection to their original place of birth or residence. So it is that whole thing. And so we have seen in our previous years, we have seen that repeated generational trauma. There are so many children, girls, 8, 11, 10, 18, a few of them into 18 years, that are second or third generation street connected children. And so we need also be thinking through that and seeing now, when you're moving them, you're moving an entire family You can't just move the girl. You can't just serve the girl. It is looking at the holistic approach that is addressing the family.
Thank you very much. Now, folks, we are running way behind time. You remember we had to start an hour later. So I'm really trying to make sure that we cover this topic really well. Damon, you recommended that we talk about the recommendations. So what I'll do is I'm going to pull them up so that Honorable Flavia has a basis on which to make her comments on, if that's okay. So can I ask you to just project the recommendations? Now, I want to just say this before I invite Honorable to come and make her comments. I want us to just remember this. As we continue our conversation, it is essential to remember that behind the statistics and the data, there are individual stories of hardship, courage, and survival. These girls are not mere numbers. They are young lives yearning for opportunities and support. It's intergenerational, and we need to break the cycle. So we have to put an end to it. Today is an inclusive day. It's a day where we pick suggested things that are really not mainstreamed. Now, for those of you who answer those very challenging questions on gender mainstreaming, you heard Annabelle speak. She's now your consultant. How do you ensure that you are including, involving, and asking questions about young women, street-connected, exploited on our streets? So these are the recommendations. Initially, we were going to ask for comments from the floor. I apologize that we can't do that. And what I'm now going to do is invite Honorable Flavia Kabahenda to give her comments on the subject. Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity for me to just say a few words. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Kabahenda Flavia Rwabhoro. I represent the people of Kyegegwa District, and I chair the Committee on Gender, Labor, and Social Development. And I am a member of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Children. And I found you in the middle of the discussion, and I kept asking myself whether the discussion was only on children, girl children living on the streets, when we actually see even boys. But in the event that it was more of a discussion on the girls, I'll try to give you a general overview of what I also look at some of the solutions, because I cannot afford to lament the way I found. But I think I need to give a few areas where we can all together work out a solution to some of the issues that we go through, especially around the girls. In the first case, I think it's high time, civil society, you worked with us to review the National Statistics Act, 1998. I think it's just obsolete. 1998, now 2023, you can imagine whether the statistics we get is captured the way the dynamics of the generation require. So we need to have a look at that, and I want to implore civil society to have a look at the National Statistics Act so that we can be able to get our statistics in a correct way, and that these statistics will be reliable and utilizable. I want to cite an example. Today, as we talk under the parish development model, the government is telling us that this money is supposed to go to 39% households which are in abject poverty. Does any one of you know the households? Who are they? Don't you know that in Uganda we even have child-headed households? So which of these, what percentage of the 39 could be child-headed? And in most cases, these child heads are girls. So maybe we need to start unpacking data so that we don't go by the rule of averages. The average is this, the average is this, until you leave everybody behind. So that's the reason why I think we need to maybe review this act, because they started telling us that, we are not supposed, in the data, we are not supposed to show you the person who is affected. But for us, we are saying we have households headed by children. So can you just be generous and unpack this data and show us which of these households could be headed by children, so that we go to address the issues in these households? Because no one is giving PDM money to a child anyway. They are not giving to anyone below 18. So what happens to the child-headed homes in this category is what my question is. So can we work together around there? And then number 2, statistics and data on children needs to be analyzed in a thematic approach. We have a lot of blanket statistics about children, but can we break it down into thematic approach? Yes, we have all these children around that age. We want to know which children are experienced child pregnancies, child marriages, defilement. Which children have been affected by urbanization, so that we have that clear data. Which children have been violated? Violence against children can be a thematic area for you to break down these child statistics. Which children are with special needs? Because you are not talking about the children who are on the streets but are even disabled. So they have a double abuse. So can we talk about the children who are in abandonment? We have this labor migration that has caused women to abandon children. They have just thrown away the children because they are rushing to go and work. And you don't see the government trying to commit these women to at least declare the children and put a welfare fund for the children that are being left behind. Because this mother is entering a contract of 2 years, but she's leaving behind a child of 1 year, a child of 3 years. So government needs to come up with a welfare kind of fund and a declaration of these women before they go about which children they are leaving behind that require such welfare attention. The children in early childhood development programs, early childhood education, the children in adolescence, they are not in school, they are not at work, they are needs. Children not in education, not in employment, and they are right there. We have children out of school. They have dropped out, and they are just there. You can put many more thematic areas, but what I'm trying to drive at is for us not to take data for granted, data as a blanket. Let us not take data for granted. I know numbers speak, but if you interacted with the people, people would speak even louder. We are here looking at poverty levels. The poverty level could be 39%, but the vulnerability level is at 93%. So all of us here actually are vulnerable. That's what it means. We may not be as poor, but we are very vulnerable. We are just one bill away. And so how much more are the children suffering? If we are vulnerable, then the children become more vulnerable. The third thing is on the police, the latest police crime report. It stated that 67% of the cases against children was defilement. Who is following this? 67% of the crimes that were committed against children were defilement. So now where are we? Which civil society is now going to follow up on this to ensure finding out where defilement is happening and what we want to do about it? And then, of course, promote the GBV shelters. We are now in the 16 days of activism against GBV, and this is a case we would follow up on, violence against children. Number 4, we need to start talking about traditional child protection systems. Let us harness them. Traditional child protection systems. Where did they go? Where is the family in all this? When URSB is thumping their chest for registering very many civil marriages, we are not safe. When we register a lot of family units now becoming more nuclear than extension, we are not safe. Families are becoming more nuclear and they are leaving the extension bit of family, because it is in the extension families where we had older women looking after our children, looking after us. That is where we had family looking after every child in a cohort of a family setting. Now that the family has become of a man, his wife, and their 2 children, and in any case they are in an apartment, and the children are closed in. Now it is holiday, they are all in, no going out. So that causes for us a problem that the children get traumatized, the children don't see anyone to confide in, the children are abused in those apartments by the people you think are supposed to be nurturing them, the ones we call house girls, housekeep, and all those. But for you, you have decided to lock your bedroom so that the house girl does not steal your perfume. And you have left the most treasured item, the child, out there for her, for the child can be stolen, but not your perfume. Can we be ashamed for once? And then census delays have a great impact on the reliability of the data we are using now. For the major child indicators, I hope 2024 will not come and then they tell us again we have to push on. Because the more we don't get the data that is updated, the more we fail to even implement to the monetary and multidimensional child poverty and other challenges. We need to employ a consensual approach to measuring monetary and multidimensional child poverty. And of course, we want now, today, we should be able to have a child-centric census. That's what I want us to go for. I don't know whether we have any UBOs here, but today we need a child-centric census. In the event that the government has decided to sell identity to the children and give adults free identity, I think we need to really because very many women will not register their children because of the 5,000 that is levied in a birth certificate. The children who are born outside the health facilities will not be registered. So the census must capture for us the children and their status, their welfare, their social status, so that we as civil society can pick from there and try to find solutions. And of course, also us, the legislators, so that we can come up with appropriate policy and legislative framework. The National Development Plan for Roadmap was launched this year in August 2023, but does it cover the issues pertaining to children? Have you looked at it? Do you see it covering issues pertaining to children? Can you have a look
so that by the time they start implementing it in 2025, we are not left behind. Because the launch now requires that we look at it, analyze and scrutinize it, and come up with what could have been left out of there. And then possibly, as players, all of us, even if you were local government, parliament, and whoever, let us unlock alternative revenue streams to financing. Because every time Minister of Finance will tell us they have no money. And they have even learned this way of telling us that, but the children are in everything. Even the roads we do, even the health centers we are constructing, even the schools, the children are in there. But how can we get them out of there and have them aside so that we can address them more intentionally? So we are now entering the budget process. Those questions must come to the budget process. And of course, I want to end with the political will. The East African Legislative Assembly is expected to give us universal legislations and frameworks as member states. But I want to tell you that in 2015, the gender bill was passed in the IALA, and up to now, no president has assented. The Anti-Trafficking in Persons Bill was passed in 2016. It was tabled by our own Dora Byamukama. It has never been assented to by any president. The FGM Bill was passed in 2017. It has never been assented to. Do we have political will? Yes. For us in Parliament of Uganda, we work better because when you pass a bill and your term of office collapses, all the bills unassented to collapse with the term. But these bills I'm talking about are still on the shelves. They are still being called bills. So a bill of 2017, right now, is it relevant anymore? I think we need to recall those bills, all three, and get back to the drawing board and possibly reconsider them. Because no president has even, no attorney general of any member state has even sent any complaint, any kind of add this or remove this, nothing. They are all quiet for all those years. So our political will is in balance. These are things we need to look at as partners and players, and of course, collaborations, so that we can work together to ensure that the child now comes out more specifically. The Children's Act that was amended in 2015 established the National Children's Authority. Why can't it function? Why doesn't it function? And now they want to merge what they did not functionalize? I mean, we are just a shame. Now they want to merge the National Children's Authority, which you have never functionalized. What are you talking about? So I think I will end there.
Come on. You know, we forget that our members of parliament are grassroots social activists, individuals that want to see the same change the civil societies want to see. We assume that members of parliament are detached from people, that they have no understanding or connection with the issues we talk about. That assumption is wrong. Honorable, I want to thank you so much. We have had 3 honorables during this time here. Each one of them has campaigned effectively, not just for children, but for the voices of the civil society. Now, yesterday, we were asked by the Minister of State for Youth and Children's Affairs to lobby and talk to other members of parliament who have similar agendas, passion. I want to remind you, there's a common theme here, women MPs, but we shouldn't put this on women MPs alone. It's the responsibility of every single member of parliament and every single man in this room to stand up for this cause. Again, thank you so much. I thought you were going to speak for 5 minutes, but you have lectured and we have listened and learned. We have recorded this. Thank you so much. Let's give her another round of applause and flowers. It is good afternoon. Can you turn to your neighbor and say good afternoon using sign language? If you've joined us and you don't know, there are people here who will teach you. It is good afternoon. Turn to your neighbor and say good afternoon using sign language. Have you got it? Okay. Sebo Saidi, Nyabo Lydia, Nyabo Annabelle. We want to thank you so much. Let's give our panel a round of applause. And now, I'm sorry that we didn't give it back to the wider forum to talk about recommendations. Folks, there is an opportunity this afternoon in your groups to discuss all these things. We want the recommendations, including Honorable Flavia's comments, which include a number of recommendations and some very important things to be included in your discussion. So please, let's discuss that. Damon is going to be responsible for taking this policy brief, completing it with his team, concluding it and presenting it. So, once again, we are pushed in time, and I'm so sorry that I have not handled this as well as I wanted to. I'm going to invite Damon Wamara to come up to introduce the next session. But before that, I think we need a break. What do you guys think? A bit of a break, right? A comfort break. So how about we take 5 minutes, we stand up, we walk around, we say hello to people. Some of you want to greet others that you haven't seen. So a 5-minute break, and then, sorry? Oh, Damon says we do the chicken dance. Right. How do I ask everybody to stand up in sign language? Can we all do this? I'm not going to say it, I'm going to sign it. We're going to learn sign language today. And please take it home and teach your children. So everybody, how do I say quickly? Quickly. Okay, now, how about we learn the alphabet? You pause that for a minute, please.
Good afternoon. I hope we are all well. We are going to begin to learn, that is learning, alphabets. A, that's letter A. The palm orientation, look at the way his palms are faced. It's not facing him, it's facing outwards. That's letter A. B, C, D, look at how straight it is, the same way you write letter D, E, you see when it's a small e, the way it is written, F, movement, the finger movement is what is showing. F, G, the orientation of your fingers. G, H. No, the palm is not, the fingers are not facing outwards, but with H it faces your body. I, J, K, K, L, M, 3 fingers on the thumb, N, we are using 2 fingers for N, O, P, you remember the D? So with the D, you just turn it downwards to become P. Q. Do you remember G? Yeah, so it's G facing downwards. R. S. The palm, fold the movements. S, just like you can write S. T. U. V. From you just open the 2 fingers to make V. X. X, X, X. X. You forgot W. X. Yeah, I forgot W. This is W. There are 3 fingers, the way you write the W. X. Y. And Z.
Flowers, flowers, flowers. You can't say you came to this and you didn't learn something. There will be an exam. Ladies and gentlemen, we are disruptors. We are disruptors, okay? And we have disrupted this session, and for the first time, at least for me, we needed interpretation. Not one, but all of us needed interpretation. Let that be the norm. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to hand over to Damon. You've been amazing. Goodbye.
Let's appreciate Chris for leading us through that session. Really, if you are appreciating him like that, then there are flowers for you. Ladies and gentlemen, how does it feel to need interpretation? How does it feel to need interpretation? This time you're the one who needed interpretation, not him. It is you who needed the interpretation. Sometimes it feels lonely, isn't it? Because you don't understand until somebody tells you what it means. Okay, we are now going to our next item on our agenda. When it comes to working in a country, there are laws that govern a country, and those laws are led by different departments, different ministries, and as civil society, as citizens of the country first. And as employers, or those employed to work in the country, we are supposed to subject ourselves to the laws that govern the country. The civil society itself is not an exemption to these laws. We cannot say that we are independent from these laws. We need to be compliant to these laws. Uganda Child Rights NGO Network, there is a network that brings together all of us. And one of the things that we do is ensure that our members are compliant and are not shutting down. Honorable Flavia, the second lady seated to your right is Honorable Anne Musiwa. She's just the second lady, not the immediate, but the second. She's the just outgoing chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Honorable Anne, please, somebody is trying to steal your blessing. The same way Esau stole the blessing of, of Jacob. Or Jacob stole Esau's blessing, not the other way around. And she's the former, outgoing chairperson of the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. She is still a member of that committee, and she is a rapporteur of the Bureau, which means she's part of the executive of the committee. But above all, she is a special rapporteur in charge of Uganda. So she's with us, and she's part of the CSO engagement this week. And also, Honorable Flavia, we have invited the government entities that we deal with and interact with on a constant, because as civil society, you know, we are complaining that the space is shrinking, and part of the reason why we say it is shrinking is because we don't understand what these laws you, Honorable Flavia, and the rest of the parliamentarians have passed. But after they leave your docket, they go to this angle for implementation. We felt that as UCRNN, we needed to bring these agencies to interact with us as organizations that are functioning here and are not innocent to these governing documents, the laws, and we have to be compliant. And this afternoon, I am privileged to have a set of people who are ready to engage with us as civil society, ready to guide us, and we are also ready to share with them our challenges, and hopefully they will be able to take back the news. I am confident, Honorable Flavia and Honorable Anne, that they will take it back, because the letters we wrote were not to these individuals. We wrote to the executive directors and the Commissioner General. So I know the Commissioner General and the executive directors will want a report. And the first person on my panel, I will invite Mr. Twaha Kayondo, who is representing Uganda Revenue Authority, where all our taxes are paid. Yes, I know they take a lot of our taxes, but let us welcome him in a stronger way, please. Mr. Kayondo, you're welcome. And we then also have Mr. Alan Kaganzi, who is representing the Financial Intelligence Authority, and he will be joining us. And we also have other colleagues of FIA joining online. Mr. Alan, please come up. Let's welcome Alan. He had refused to come because there were no hand claps. So we also have from the NGO Bureau. This is supposed to be our big brother. The NGO Bureau, Honorable Anne, the NGO Bureau is where we all sit under. We are all registered and licensed to function in this country. And representing the NGO Bureau, we have Dr. Mugisha B. Joseph. Please come and take a seat here. My panel is not balanced, but it is okay. It is the knowledge that we want. We have Mr. Vincent Katutusi, who is representing URSB. Yes, please continue clapping so that Mr. Vincent can feel comfortable. We are also expecting another person who is coming on the side of the civil society, and we will hear him make a presentation. And he is called Mr. Anthony Masake. Mr. Anthony Masake is the director of Chapter 4. And we all know Chapter 4 is one of the human rights defenders NGOs we have. And he is a lawyer by profession. And he will give us and understanding on the side of the civil society. Gentlemen, this is not a very balanced panel, right from the moderator down to the panelists, but we did not choose ourselves. We were told by our bosses to come, isn't it? So please, Honorable Flavia, do not assassinate us. It is the bosses that sent us to come. We can declare. But Mr. Twaha is telling me that he did not come alone. He came with somebody, Ms. Tunsime Rachel, who is also going to be able to respond if there are questions around. Rachel, please just wave so that people can know and come to you. Okay, so our friends who are seated up here, welcome to Uganda Child Rights NGO Network. And the people who you see seated amongst you here are people who work on the rights of children. But our work does not neglect us from being compliant with the laws of Uganda. And I want to start with URA because you take the biggest chunk of our salaries.
Okay.
And we want you to, just in an overview, help us appreciate the position of URA in terms of tax collection. Okay. There is something specific I am personally interested in when it comes to income tax. And as NGOs, the law says we're exempted, but none of us has ever experienced that exemption. We have never been charged, but we have never gotten that certificate. And all of us, our auditors, continuously tell us we are not compliant because we don't have that certificate. The law mentions that about NGOs, mentions that around our taxes. We just want to give you the opportunity in 5 minutes to give us an overview of the expectations for us as civil society when it comes to URA and what would cause us to be on the wrong side for you to come and shut our accounts down.
Thank you, moderator. My name once again is Twaha Kayondo at URA. I'm here to represent the Commissioner General of Uganda Revenue Authority. First of all, I will want to, what is URA, why URA? Of course, we are mandated by an act of parliament to collect taxes and advise government on matters of taxation. So I think I'm in the right place if you say the law gives you a leeway to qualify for certain exemptions, but these exemptions are not blanket. They are not blanket exemptions. They come with terms and conditions that must be fulfilled therein to qualify for these exemptions. And first and foremost is like the way the moderator has hinted about is compliancy, and the reason we are here. How do we determine that you are compliant? The law doesn't give a blanket exemption for the NGO because one would wonder that, like the moderator has said, why pay a lot of pay as you earn? One would suppose that since we are exempted, then perhaps even the employee ought to be exempted. That's why I'm saying it is not a blanket exemption. If you are an organization, you must come at URA, register with us. That is the key. Get a TIN number, be registered with the right tax heads. And these right tax heads are different. Starting from pay as you earn, income tax, but of course NGOs, a few of them will have taxable supplies to qualify for VAT. Key in there are pay as you earn, income tax, and withholding tax. Withholding comes in two phases. You can be a designated withholding tax agent, or you are not a designated withholding tax agent, but you're required by law to withhold whenever you're making a payment, specifically own professional fees, auditors, legal services, and consultants. Pretty often, many NGOs come and apply for income tax exemption. I deal with income tax exemptions, and many files, I saw Compassion here, and I was talking to her. He said, I have your file. I'm trying to review and see how best we are going to. Of course, we are supposed to facilitate business, because under the Income Tax Act, Section 21 specifies who is supposed to be exempted. But the exemption is not blanket. You either, one, a religious institution doing religious work, and that religious work must be seen. Must be seen. You should be either charitable, and most of us here should be charitable, but the charitable is not spoken. It should be seen. I will ask you for your activity reports. For the last 3 years, if at all you applied for an exemption, normally as parole requires at URA, you're supposed to apply for exemption, and each exemption covers 2 years. You finish the 2 years, you come and ask for the other 2. If the exemption was blanket, then you ought to have applied once and it takes it all. But because we must review, confirm that the activities stated therein and the amounts of money received through grants and perhaps some activities that the organization does doesn't confer private benefit to any of the founders. Another thing that we look at when you're incorporating at URSB, of course, when you go to my brother here at the NGO board, they require you to incorporate a company, limited by guarantee. You come and apply for an exemption, but you were created as a private limited company. One, there are specific articles as parole requires that ought to be spelled out clearly in your articles and memorandum. The dissolution clause. The dissolution clause. There is no single exemption that has passed my desk, and the dissolution clause speaks otherwise. And pretty often when your representatives come to our desk for meetings, they say, but the organization is not closing today. No. We are looking at the going concern of this institution, but at one particular time, what has life dies. And so we are seeing this organization as a person. For matters of the Income Tax Act, we have 2 persons. We have a living person and a non-living person. And therefore, your organizations are non-living persons. They are persons. At one time, they will fade out, either by legal framework or by natural causes. So we want to look at, if we exempted you and you accumulated so much assets, which we are saying that you've not paid any tax, you've bought land, you've established so many things, at that material point when you're closing, we want to see these assets that you have acquired not conferring any private benefits to the founders. So the dissolution clause should clearly state that upon closure, as per circumstance require, these assets will be given to another organization executing similar. And if you don't have that, you will cry and say, we have paid our taxes, we have applied, and our exemptions have not passed. We look through your audited books of accounts to confirm. If you're applying at URA, not the following must be brought crystal clear. You must show us that you've registered at URA. You must show us that you've been paying the taxes that you're supposed to pay, because the employers are not supposed to be exempted. We are exempting the incomes of the organization, but the workers as per law requires, pay as you earn. There are specific people who are exempted from paying pay as you earn. The soldiers, people from ISO, the Uganda police, Uganda prisons, and in the amendment of 2023, we brought in this stuff from the judicature. The rest of us, including me, I give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. So in the nutshell, as I summarize, because I wanted to bring you to speed, if you ever want to apply for an exemption, note the following are requirements. One, you start by applying for what you want, and therefore there is a form called Domestic Tax Form 1015. It is on our website. These applications are received online. Where you don't have the expertise to go online, visit the nearest office. We have a multitude of these offices spread across the country. Up the tip in Moroto, you will have an office of URA. You get to Kisoro, at least you will stop in Kabari. Those of us who I had some gentlemen from Chaninga Child Development Center. I am happy I have visited them, and the one who has been here, for them they can go to Fort Porto. Kasese we have. Even if you're going as far as across West Nile, you'll find us in Ajumani, Moyo, you'll find us in Arua. Please get there and have support. The officers who are out there are paid. They are your servants. They ought to help you fill these applications. You must have a copy that shows that you've been incorporated and you're limited by guarantee. You must have clear-cut tax identification numbers for your directors and office bearers. And they should be compliant, because you will apply for an exemption, and I will look through these directors. As I try to analyze, I will find that this director has income ABCD. This person doesn't file personal individual returns. Compliance is broad. Compliance is broad. If this is the person that you're putting at the face of your institution and is non-compliant, what do we expect of the outcomes of the institution? We are mandated to collect taxes. I am sorry to bring this out. Don't quote it. URA is mandated to facilitate government business. But despite the fact that we are supposed to collect, we have advised the government that there are institutions that ought to be exempted, fulfill the requirements. So,
we didn't hear that.
Fulfill the requirements.
No, as in you have said it, we didn't hear it, we won't tell anyone.
No, I'm saying URA is supposed to collect taxes. I normally joke with my sister here whenever we are in meetings, and I tell clients, of course it gets off record, and I put a disclaimer that URA is mandated to collect money and not let money out, because we are operating a deficit budget each financial year, and we are here to emancipate our country from economic. You heard what happened when we had the law, the honorables passed, and the conditions that were put to us, and we said yes, whether it means not you giving us that, for us we are saying this. So URA is primarily to make Uganda firm to make its own decisions without really seeking from the externals. And it's the reason we are here. So you're supposed to have, if you have assets, please, if you have assets, you must declare these assets in all your financial returns, because it is these assets that will inform me whether there is no private benefit. As an accountant, for me, I will know. If you have accountants here, they will know. You have a sale of an asset of $1 billion, and I will probe more to understand. So you include the assets. There is an exemption I was passing with my sister. We had an exemption committee meeting yesterday, and I was explaining to them, and I wanted it passed. And they told me, gentlemen, we are not seeing assets. This could be a conduit, this could be a bus, this could be a train for private benefit. Let them go, amend, and you report back to us on Friday. So you are supposed to give us your bank statements, because even when you're too smart and there is money that is going into totally private benefit outside the confines of the NGO work, I will be able to fetch out this if I analyzed your bank statement, not that. And then, of course, you must come with letters that confirm that the activities, I'm putting this in quotes, purported to be done. Okay? Because we are not there, the LC, the line ministry confirms that, please, Compassion Uganda has a child development center in Mohavura, Kisoro. And they are sponsoring so many children in the last financial year. Now this comes in your activity reports, because I would want to look at the activity reports. And as I am making my final report that goes to the commissioner for your final exemption letter, those are the things that I will put there in to defend my actions. So, in the nutshell, you're supposed to be exempted as long as you fulfill the requirements. The law is there and there are guidelines. Not everybody who purports. Let me tell you, actually, we've had a fora where we may come and there could be a proposal to amend the law to see what percentage of income received goes to either the charity you're talking about, because we've had people get exempted. You look at their financials, they are holding billions, and they are only spending about 40 millions. But because the law is not looked at the percentage of income received and what is spent, we are seeing individuals setting up companies, limited by guarantee, and coming to the NGO board, and they are given, and then it's a vehicle for them to dodge giving Caesar what belongs to Caesar, because the law has had some loopholes. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very key things you've mentioned there. You've guided us on what we need to do if we want to come and have a conversation with you in terms of compliancy and show that we've paid taxes, we have applied, we have made the application, and that we have also declared our assets. Before I go to my other panelists, I want to try and create a context for our conversation going forward, because the laws are wide. We agree. When we come to talk about the laws, they are so wide. But just to help create a conversation on what we are thinking and help you as panelists understand what we are thinking as civil society and what we are struggling with in terms of the law, and you can educate us and help us be compliant. I want to invite my brother here, Anthony Maseke, to just paint a picture. He's the Director of Programs for Chapter 4. But to just give us and paint a picture of what our thinking is in terms of compliancy in the civil society, why we feel there's shrinking space when it comes to the laws, and also to tell us in your own experience, Anthony, in the work that you do in supporting NGOs that are going through all these compliancy checks. Also tell us what have you found that we're doing wrong as civil society, and hence we are being caught on the wrong side with these bodies whose job is only to implement what the parliament has gone. For your context, Anthony, we have Mr. Mugisha there, who is Dr. Mugisha, not Mr. Dr. Mugisha there, who is with the NGO Bureau. No, that is Twaha Kayondo, who is with the URA. Then we have Doctor there, who is with the NGO Bureau. We have, next to him is Alan, who is with FIA. And then finally, we have Mr. Vincent, who is with URBS. URSB. Those things confuse me, I apologize. But URSB. And this is where we start from. And I know URSB is where everything starts before we go forward. But Anthony, help paint that picture. Help let us know what is the context of civil society and compliance in Uganda.
Thank you so much, my brother. I hope I'm audible. Okay, so thank you so much, my brother, for the kind invitation. And apologies for joining the panel a few minutes late. So the situation that we're operating in, as I believe you would testify, is complicated. It's complicated because of two main reasons. The first is the will to comply is there. I believe I speak for you when I say we all seek to comply and would like to comply. Not only because it's a legal requirement, but because transparency and accountability are critical also for our fundraising abilities and also to our constituencies, the people that we serve. So we seek to keep books of account, we seek to make sure that we have reports, and many other things that ideally we seek to do. But the challenge that is there really is the number of laws and the complex nature of the various legal obligations in each of those laws, vis-a-vis the capacity of NGOs and CBOs to meet those demands. And I say this because right now, I think I can mention 7 key laws that you as an NGO leader must pay attention to. And indeed, as Damon said, the first, of course, is the Companies Act, which was recently amended, and I'm sure we'll hear more about some of the new changes and the key things we need to pay attention to. The second is the NGO Act of 2016. The third would be the Anti-Money Laundering Act, which establishes, of course, the Financial Intelligence Authority. Then we have the Data Protection Law, which establishes the Personal Data Protection Office. And then you have laws like the Employment Act. You have specific obligations as far as labor rights are concerned. And then, of course, you have the tax laws. Yeah? URA, I've been listening to the submissions on the requirements for you to be able to secure a tax exemption. The demands under there are already also quite long. So the list is there, and it's long. Currently, we have another one, the Anti-Homosexuality Act as well. If you read that law, it defines organizations to mean NGOs. And so that is a new addition. Now, according to the funding landscape and structure of CSOs in this country, very few are able to have compliance officers or lawyers as part of their staff, partly because they don't have the resources to be able to pay these salaries for these professional or highly trained staff. And that's why, as an organization, as Chapter 4, we then set out to move across the country, to basically visit. We do what we call door-to-door clinics. So we essentially come to your office to have a conversation with you for about a couple of hours for you to tell us what are the challenges as far as legal compliance and organizational development are concerned. And of course, as you list them out, as we look through your documents and files, we suddenly will find gaps. And when those gaps are found, we then find a way to work with you to see how you can address or meet those gaps. Because as I said, none of us is 100% compliant. I always joke with my brothers from the NGO Bureau. At the time when they suspended our permit, the permit of the NGO, of Chapter 4, the NGO Bureau did not have a board of directors at the time. Again, because of the challenges of compliance, because the minister must appoint them for them to be able to come into office. So in other words, compliance is a journey. The demands are so many. And that's why you hear voices such as the sector is over-regulated, not because they don't want to be regulated, but simply because the demands are way over and above compared to the funding capacity and also skills capacity. And that's why such platforms are so helpful, because then they provide an opportunity for us to have conversations with the regulators, our regulators. And maybe just also as a positive note to say is, I know, for example, the NGO Bureau is doing a lot of work on assessing the impact of the NGO Act. I hope the other regulators can also do that, so that we can then work together with the Law Reform Commission to see what amendments do we need to put in place, because a vibrant civil society sector is good for all of us. It's good for the staff who work with these organizations, because when they earn these salaries, they pay PAYE and other taxes. It's not helpful for this country if money for NGOs is taken to Rwanda, Tanzania, and other neighboring countries, simply because we have challenges here. It is good when the sector is vibrant because of the communities we work with and many other partners that benefit from the chain of civil society sector. So it is good that some of these regulatory impact assessments are taking place. I encourage you to speak out and share your views, and I'm sure the regulators are well-meaning, and they will be able to take some of these concerns, and we see how we can improve. I will just conclude on the issue of the tax exemption. I always encourage people in the sector to seek that tax exemption when you really need it. And I say that for two reasons. The first is that the process, indeed, as he elaborated here, is quite complex. It's basically like getting your car and you drive and take it to a traffic police officer and they ask them to inspect it. So you better be sure that you're in very good health. So please don't approach him if you have some issues to fix. But if you're sure you're okay, then please go ahead. And maybe you want to make purchases, maybe cars and things like that, feel free to go to them. Because indeed they have a mandate and they have a law. So when you go to them, there are certain things they must do. Just like if you go to the NGO Bureau, if you want what they call a certificate of, is it good standing? If you want to get a phone number for your organization. You know now you can't just have a phone number. If your office line is not registered using your certificate of incorporation and registration as an NGO, then you're actually violating the law. Because you're supposed to seek what they call a certificate of good standing from the NGO Bureau, and then when they give you that certificate or that letter, you then take it to the telecom service provider that you want, and then that's when they can register that SIM card under the NGO name. So those are some of the requirements. But now when you're seeking that certificate, the NGO Bureau will do some due diligence to check and see, is your permit valid? Are you operating within your jurisdiction? Yeah? Are you filing your returns? Have you registered and validated your organization by filling the information request form? I think issues of beneficial owners form. So a number of issues will come up. So essentially what I'm saying is that before you seek some of these processes, make sure you've also taken an effort to clean the house so that when you go, you don't again just expose yourself and then it starts again becoming a complaint again to the regulator. Thank you so much.
I don't know if what he has said has made sense to you. A lot. He has spoken from our hearts, all of us. Now let's go to URSB, where everything starts, but surely doesn't end. Recently, UCRNN was renewing its NGO certificate. When we went there, we were sent back to get a certified, it's almost lunchtime and I don't want to say satisfied. but a certified copy of our certificate of incorporation. And when we came to URSB, when I say URBS, just understand I'm talking about you. Let's clear that one now. You have refused, Mr. Vincent. But when it comes to coming back to you, then all these things started coming out. You have to do this, you have to do this. There have been amendments, there have been all this. Can you please just help us understand what have been the changes in URSB? What do we need to put in consideration? How do we make sure that these NGOs, like he has said, are not caught off the rail? Because if we don't get that certified copy from you, Dr. Mugisha will not give us our license to operate.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Of course, a host of them very unfair comments. To begin with, my name is Vincent Katutsi. I heard you babble a couple of words. And the institution is URSB, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and we take it personal when you don't give us a proper name. I want to begin by making a comment that was earlier made by the Honorable Member of Parliament about civil marriages. My docket at URSB is civil marriage registration. Indeed, we pride in having a populated register of civil marriages because we formalize marriages to stabilize families where we have then children and then responsible parentage. And then, so basically, we are a key player in what we're trying to achieve this morning. I felt that the comment came out at a time when it would probably be misunderstood in terms of the value we see to make at the Civil Registration Department. You do mention a couple of challenges. I'm glad my brother from URA did mention a number of things that must appear in your memorandum and articles, the liability clause, the dissolution clause, and things of the kind. And now I'm learning that your challenge is now the certification and then the various things that pop up, like when you go for maybe an ear check and then you realize you have like cancer or something like that. So what happens is that in a bid to improve our services, we began a process of data update. What are we saying? We are saying we had a lot of information, disjointed information forming part of your records. And so we thought that to become smarter, would go capture this information in an updated version. Okay? And so today the requirement is that every company, including yours limited by guarantee, needs to get itself on board the new system. To do that, you begin from the very start because the system is actually, it's a new system, so you begin inputting every data, from the name to the number to the people in the company, and basically following what has been registered with us. That's the only time when you have done everything that then you can access some information. Now, what has been happening is indeed non-compliance. So the NGOs have been busy doing very good work, of course, looking after our children and all, but they have forgotten that to operate in that environment, you must also address the legal requirements of your areas of operation, among them filing of annual returns, for example. So you're supposed to be filing returns, audited books of accounts. We're supposed to be seeing these things on our records. So what happens is the NGOs are busy doing NGO work and forget this side of our business. But because we work in a regulated environment, when you go to NGO board for some other inclusion, then they remind you of what you haven't done. And when you come to us, we remind you of what you did not do from the time when you last registered. So it's not really a stampede we are causing, but it's a wake-up call to the NGOs. Let me use these words, and I hope I won't be misquoted. If you're going to go into some space, you need to understand how the space works. So the day you show up to register a company limited by guarantee, there's a presumption that you have really taken into consideration what you're going to be required of. So you're supposed to then follow that bit by bit by bit. So when it takes forever, for example, if you haven't been filing your annual returns, if you haven't filed your directors in the company, if you haven't probably given us your location, and then you show up, you want to say certify a certificate of incorporation, we're going to ask you to first do that. And sometimes doing that takes a bit of time and inconveniences you. We apologize for the inconveniences caused, but I can also assure you that all is being done in the best interest of your NGO, of your company, records being in order for other users now to find in order. I hope that addresses the concerns that we are trying to do now. So it's not a new amendment, but it's basically improving the way we've been doing our work. And I am glad that a number of you have actually complied, and I'm sure you can testify that what we have done today improves your records and also helps you to fast track whatever you want to do as NGOs. I thank you.
Thank you very much. You will definitely hear feedback if it has really improved. And apologies for mispronouncing your name. And URSB, we will continue practicing until we get it right. But thank you very much. It is indeed true that many times as NGOs, we go register. After registering, we disappear. We don't come back. Very important that we're compliant. You heard what Anthony said. I want to shift now. We have finished registering. We have been given a company limited by guarantee. The next step by law is we're required to come to the NGO Bureau, which used to be called the NGO Board, which used to be Administrator of Internal Affairs, and graduated to a bigger place in Kingdom House now, a bigger facility, and we were hoping it would also be a faster facility. Dr. Mugisha, you heard what Anthony shared. I want to personally give my own experience, and maybe others would give their own experience. When it comes to organizations, leave alone those new ones that are coming to register, but those that are renewing their certificate and also license, both. Certificate of registration, right? And then the certificate of the license to permit to operate. One of the challenges that we have seen is that you are sent back to very many different people, yet you already did the original stage of engagement. Like Anthony, again, building on what Anthony said, the stages to get to there and all that. The fact is you are focused, and this is now where emotions versus law comes into play. You want to rescue this child, you want to give this child food, you want to do this, but you don't want to break the law, you don't want to be outside of the law, because to be able to go and give them food, you have to have the permission from government. Government needs to know that you're operating, but if you don't have that license, you are illegal, an illegal entity. When it comes to fulfilling that, let me summarize what I'm saying. You spend more time trying to register and get a license than serving the beneficiaries. Because of go back and get this, go back and get that, go back and do this. In your own view, having heard what Anthony shared, having heard what I'm sharing, what have been your challenges with us as civil society where we are not doing it right for us to fast track and get the license as fast as possible? Like Mr. Vincent has said, it is true, when you go to URBS, when you submit all that you need to submit online, within the shortest period, if you do it in 1 week, you get it there and then. That one, I can attest to it. But if you don't, now, NGO Bureau now, that one, let me first leave you to talk, then the rest will share with you their own experience. Now for you, you are our big brother. We are going to discuss, you're at home, but you're in a safe space, don't worry. There's no journalist here.
Thank you very much, my brother Wamara. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. How excited I am to be in this forum this afternoon, because we are going to have a very good conversation. And I want to assure you that the Honorable and Anthony, I think this is better, very good. These things here, born before what? Put them aside. So, Anthony had created for me a very good landing side, but Mr. Omara, you seem to be complicating it between emotions and the versus the law. Madam Honorable, I want to appreciate you so much. You started from a point of the departure was traditional child protection systems. I've worked with the children for a couple of years, and how excited I am to be amongst the NGOs that are actually giving a service and as far as children rights and protection is concerned. So, I thank you. We can go into details of that, but we can't do much. I go back to my brother Anthony, where I had created a very good space for me, because when I was seated there, I was asking myself, why don't we unpack this animal called space? What is this animal shrinking space? What is it? I think you have given us a very good contextual background in order to have a conversation. And I want to have this as a conversation, but nothing else. This is a conversation. Going back to my brother Katusi, when somebody refuses to say you are SB and calls you something else, is offending in a manner that you must know as an executive director, but also mixing the two words, NGO board vis-a-vis NGO bureau. These two words are not synonymous. We need to appreciate these as the civil society players, because executive directors must be to the dot with what is happening as far as the regulatory landscape is concerned, particularly to the staff they work with. So that is very important. Now, I represent the National Bureau for NGOs, not the board. I hope that is clear, because we have a board of directors, and specifically the agency's National Bureau for NGOs, which does registration of all the NGOs in the country and regulates them using the regulatory framework, which comprises of NGO Act, NGO policy, NGO regulations, adjudication committee rules, and. All this is online, www.ngobureau.go.ug. Going forward, Anthony is a colleague, so I'm very glad to have him on board. When we register you as an organization, of course, having incorporated with URSB, there are a couple of things that we require you to submit, which is also online, and I'm not going to go into that. But essentially, I want you to appreciate that when we register you, we give you a certificate of registration, and that is only given once. So, Mr. Wamara, you need also to correct that so that you don't confuse people when I am available here. But two, we also give you an operation permit, and that operation permit is what he was actually referring to as a license. If we went into trade issues, that is a trading license. But as far as the NGO Bureau is concerned, that is a national NGO operation permit. And that is dependent on the years you had applied for. For example, the law provides that you can apply for as many years as long as the maximum is 5. Meaning what? That you can apply for 1 year, you can apply for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years. So that should also be appreciated. However, the law provides that in section 32, subsection 1, 2, and 6, that you must renew your operation permit at least 6 months to expiry. And this is where the challenge is, ladies and gentlemen, where there is this quick service. We want this quick service. So can we also appreciate what actually is helping us? I love the way Anthony put it, that there is a will to comply, but the issue is the ability of the players to appreciate and understand the regulatory framework. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to appreciate the fact that most of the CSO players are actually driven by passion, but not technical. I stand to be corrected. Silence in the house.
That's
now,
exactly what I said.
Now, what does that mean? You talked of emotions versus law. Wamara, don't confuse me. So we are talking about passion versus technical. And our plea has been, as a National Bureau for NGOs, if you have a passion and you have applied for registration, could we have a conversation of how we build your capacity? And I have been one of the members that have traversed this country, actually building capacity of district and regional monitoring committees, building capacity for sub-county and regional monitoring committees, building capacity for CSO leaders, who have a passion, but they need to be to appreciate the technical bit, but also doing orientation of board of directors of those NGOs. And right from the time of application, we always have a conversation, and we want to appreciate who are you that is going to apply for registration, because I'm in charge of registration personally. And so we need to appreciate right from the word go. Do you appreciate what you are going to do? If the answer is no, let us register you, but can we devise means of making you appreciate that what you are going to do actually goes beyond passion, but goes into technical work, so that tomorrow there is issues of accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where most of us go wrong. And as I can assure you, in as much as you do the best work that you can do, you can put your hands on, as long as the technical bit is null and void in your operations, at the end of the day, you will be held accountable in a very good way, because at the end of the day, all of us are Ugandans looking for development. Ladies and gentlemen, looking at the issue of my brother Anthony of door-to-door clinic, as I've already mentioned, we are doing this. It may not be as at a bigger dimension as it may sound, but we are actually doing that. And I'm sure some of you might have attended regional reflection meetings. I'm very sure some of you must have gotten recommendations from district and regional monitoring committees. You must have interfaced with the committees of sub-county and regional monitoring committees. So all these are stakeholders, different stakeholders, notwithstanding all the government-led ministries, agencies, and departments, because all these must work together in order to have a Uganda that is developing. So should we act independently of those? It cannot work, because at the end of the day, we have one vision of our country and mindful of the beneficiaries. Because most of the challenges we have had in the civil society organizations where we have a promoter syndrome. And the promoter syndrome can be dealt with if the promoters of this organization, having been incorporated, because now we must move from the passion to technical work, and therefore accountability, and therefore technical work, and therefore compliance. So, the environment cannot be complicated once you appreciate what you're supposed to be doing. But in an event that you do not appreciate what to do exactly, the environment becomes toxic. So, if I borrow your word, Wamara, if you are to cut us into two pieces, then we would begin with the members of parliament. But because they are my bosses, I cannot say a word. However, we are implementing a law that has been enacted by legislators. And therefore, our part is, can we understand what we are talking about? The beauty is that I have worked with the civil society organizations, and when I was looking through, I realized that there is an organization here I have worked with for a couple of years. It is here. So I know what is actually in the civil society organizations perfectly, beginning from inception, proposal writing, formation of an NGO, running the organization, and. I know the corporate governance there, and I know the non-corporate governance there. I have worked with the government for a couple of years. I know what is this way in terms of performance, in terms of accountability, in terms of responsibility. So when we talk about human rights, all rights per se, let me leave alone the word human, because some people say, this man has started. Let me talk about rights. If we have a right to implement the law that has been passed by government, the legislative assembly of the country, then we also have a duty to give to the wananchi. But the wananchi also have the responsibility to follow their obligations. So here is a two thing. If we are saying this is my right, then there must be another bit of responsibility. If we register you as a National Bureau for NGOs, your obligation is go and do your work very independent, as long as, number one, you remember your articles and memorandum of association and what it entails. Therefore, you'll be considered compliant, and the Bureau has no problem with you. But here you find an organization is comfortably operating, but when you go into details, you realize that actually the operations are a traverse to the articles and memorandum, and therefore the set objectives. So where is the government complicating life for the players? I think this is a question for us to answer. Yes, the right is there, but what is your responsibility? I leave it at that. Let me first leave it at that.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Thank you very much. I know there are many questions that are coming for you. And no, let me not ask it. Let me leave. But finally, what would say the new kid on the block, the new law that we are interacting with, and when it was being passed, we said, we have nothing to do with that. We are not masquerading. We are not stealing money. For us, we are busy going to the communities. But again, when you go back to Dr. Mugisha, he will not give you that operational permit if you do not have that certificate from FIA. It's also one of the conditions that you're given to submit and get the operational permit. And I don't know what the interaction has been with other people, but we want to give you a chance, Alan, to share with us about compliancy when it comes to the Financial Intelligence Authority, and do we as child rights organizations also have to comply?
Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Alan Kaganzi. I'm from FIA. Financial Intelligence Authority, as my colleague mentioned, it was also it's also mandated by the Act of Parliament under the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2013. And it's a very, very big honor to sit, I should stand actually, in front of the real change makers of this country. I happen to be part of the anti-corruption marathon in the past few days that happened in the districts of Bukwo, Queenie, and Kapchora. And what I really saw was something that we really haven't taken care of as Ugandans, as the lawmakers, as the MDAs of this country, because the issue of corruption, which is one of the predicate offenses that FIA is mandated to follow up because they lead to money laundering, it actually hits so hard. And we may think we are affected by corruption as old people, but the culprits of this corruption are actually the children. I happened to see a girl of 13 years, just 13. She was carrying a baby of 1 year. And we thought it was a sister. She was the mother. And when the leaders in that region were explaining, it's actually the cause of corruption. Now, corruption is also happening in our NGOs, commonly known as NPOs. And as Financial Intelligence Authority, that's where we come in to regulate in one way or another the NPO sector, who are the accountable persons as per the Anti-Money Laundering Act, and they are supposed to report to FIA. And we realize it's a very tricky environment, the NPO sector, because You people are doing this great work to the country. You're actually big partners in the development of the country, and you enjoy public trust. Everyone knows once it's an NGO, it is doing good work. The issue of globalization, it has also brought out issues that the NPO sector can be literally used by each and everyone across the globe. So FIA comes in to say that NGOs, you need to comply. And as my colleagues were talking about registration, I think in this country, you may need to register very many times to comply. If you all realize a few days ago, we ran an advert in the newspapers and the media. We are requesting each and every accountable person to register by 31st of December this year. So it's only a few days to that deadline. And NGOs or NPOs, you fall in that category. So we expect all of you to have registered by 31st of December. And FIA has been here for actually the last 9 years. In July next year, we'll be celebrating 10 years. And if you realize most of the people you interact with do not actually know the mandate of FIA. They hear Financial Intelligence Authority. They relate it to intelligence organizations, the ISO, ESO. We actually not that. We are fighting the financial crimes. And these are the financial crimes of money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation financing. And to give you a simple brief, money laundering is simply, in layman's language, is making dirty money clean. You commit an offense, or someone commits an offense, let's say drug trafficking, which is now a predicate offense. They get the money, let's say 200 million, and this person does not want to be associated with the crime they committed. So what they do, they bring the money in the financial system, make a few transactions here and there, pass it on, disguise its audit trail, and in the end, that money is actually taken out and given back to the criminal. So when you come out to do an investigation, this person is living large, a luxurious life, but you don't even know where he's getting the money. He killed someone. So FIA comes in to combat such a financial crime of money laundering. The recent one which was introduced was proliferation financing. Now this is the financing of the manufacture, the transport and storage and everything related to weapons of mass destruction, the nuclear weapons and everything. Now you realize, you may say Uganda, we're actually at low risk of that, but it's actually happening. Now those crimes don't actually that crime of proliferation financing does not need a lot of money. The same applies to terrorism financing, where you're providing financing support to a terrorist organization or an individual to commit such crimes. Now these two offenses, proliferation financing and terrorism financing, they actually use little sums of money as compared to money laundering. Because the intention of money laundering is to disguise the source of the money. The intention of terrorism financing is to disguise the purpose of the money. So when we did the national risk assessment as FIA in 2021 and another one in 2023, we realized that the NPO sector can be abused. And as I told you earlier on, you enjoy the public trust. So the terrorists, it's more abused with terrorist financing and proliferation financing than money laundering. And we're not saying money laundering is not involved. It's actually also involved. But majorly, it's terrorism financing and proliferation financing. So as NPOs, you need to be on the lookout because you can be used to recruit the terrorists or to recruit the people who are affiliated to the terrorists. In the same way, you can be affiliated to a terrorist organization or a terrorist. You may find, let's say, a director who is actually having ties with Al-Shabaab somewhere. And in one way or another, you'll be exposed. You can also be used in a way of diversion of funds. You have donors, they give you the money, and what you do, instead of giving that money to the struggling kids, support the struggling kids on the streets, you divert the money to ADF. So because of that, FIA comes through. There's also sham NGOs. You come through and you are legally registered under URSB, the NGO Bureau, the NGO board knows you, but actually, your work you're doing illegitimate activity in one way or another. So you're disguising as a legitimate NPO, in the actual sense you're doing illegitimate business. So FIA comes in to say, you need to comply with the regulations that are in place. As I told you, we have the Anti-Money Laundering Act, we have Anti-Terrorism Act and the regulations, and as NPOs, we kind of request that you register with the FIA. That advert, as it ran through, it's ending on 31st. And I can give you a sneak peek. There may not be an extension to that. It is very simple to register with FIA. On our website, which is www.fia.go.ug, you just go there, you go to Go AML. It just gives you the 3 steps of registering. You just need about 3 forms and you're done. It is as simple, and we have a team ready to take up your registration requests and any challenges you get. Another legal obligation that you need to do as NPOs is doing due diligence. You realize you deal with different donors, both local and international. So when you're going to have this donor coming on board, how are you going to make sure that this donor is actually not affiliated to a terrorist organization? So what you do due diligence. Make sure you know, you do your KYC, know your customers, they usually say. Know this donor, where are they coming from? Is it a donor from Iran? Is Iran a sanctioned country? What should I do? Enhance due diligence. Can I make further inquiries? Is this donor coming from Kenya? Kenya is a low-risk country. What due diligence must I make? So you're mandated to make sure that you do due diligence. And we have a governing body, which is the Financial Action Task Force, that is fighting money laundering on the worldwide stage. So what you need to do is make sure you do that due diligence. The other thing is record keeping. You're mandated to keep your records for at least minimum of 10 years. So when FIA comes to do an inspection, some of you have experienced inspections from FIA. We have a compliance and inspection team. When they come to your NPO and they discover you've not kept some records which they want for a minimum of 10 years, you've actually gone against regulation. That is your legal obligation. The other one is appointing a money laundering control officer. I had one of my colleagues saying it's quite expensive putting up compliance officers in organization. Yes, it is expensive, but as FIA, we are telling you to do that, because if you don't have a money laundering control officer in your institution who should be having a position on the senior management level, there is a high chance you may not be able to do the due diligence, implement what FIA has put on board, implement the regulations of the Anti-Money Laundering Act and terrorism regulations and all the regulations. So this person is mandated to take charge of that and to ensure that the board of any institution, NGOs are inclusive, the senior management are all taken through and they know their obligations as far as combating money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation financing are concerned. The other one is risk assessment. You're supposed to do risk assessment. Now, risk assessment is a very broad thing. You need, there are very many categories of aspects that you need to look at. Where you're located, first of all, the type of business you're doing, the services you're providing, and actually the donors that you're having, the suppliers that you're having. So in this case, when you look at all those, you realize if I deal with the donor from Kenya, what is my risk? If I deal with a donor from Iraq or Sudan, what is the risk? We're not saying you don't deal with them actually. Some are banned, some actually have some restrictions. But the risk that you're exposed to, if you do not make this, you've gone against your legal obligation. So you must make sure that you do a risk assessment. Now, as FIA, we advise that in case you have any challenge, you can always reach out to us, because we have many queries as far as risk assessment is concerned. The NPOs, they keep asking. Recently, we had a training of NPOs, and I'm glad to see Eric's development partner. He was one of the people we were having in the training. And they asked a question about FIA being able to support with their risk assessments. What you do your risk assessment, and FIA is always available to guide you in case you have any challenges. And as I told you, with everything like as regards to registration and even your legal obligations. Now, the other thing I want to make, to put clarity to, is on large cash reporting. If you look through the requirements in the Anti-Money Laundering Act, you're supposed to report large cash. Now, NPOs, you receive large cash from your donors. Now, large cash, the threshold is 20 million and above. So, as per the Act, you're supposed to report to FIA the 20 million funding that you have, even the aggregated payments that you make out, let's say, in a single day, and they make to one person, and they make to 20 million. However, we have to make clarity on this. Now, you cannot self-report when it comes to large cash reporting. And I will not sound unfair to be quoted, but right about now, we need to assess that obligation of large cash reporting, because we need to develop a different law as regards to, a different regulation as regards to NPOs. So in this period, if you're not able to report large cash, you will not be sanctioned in any way until that one is sorted out. Now, the bank, where you're having these funds coming through, they are now mandated to do that on your behalf. However, this is going to be communicated once it is sorted. Now, the other thing I want to talk about, Mr. Amara, before I conclude with the compliance obligations,
please,
is that people used to say, as I told you earlier on, FIA, people never knew its mandate, but now we are coming up to tell you, hey guys, we are here, and this is what we are doing. And for the last 9 years, I think no one can attest to the fact that you were sanctioned for failure to comply. However, the regulations, the penalties, and the fines and the sanctions were approved by the Parliament this year, 2023. And we can assure you that, as they have been saying that FIA is the barking dog that does not bite, I can assure you FIA is going to bite. You do not want to be the first person to fall culprit. For instance, failure to register with FIA, it is a fine of 10 million. Failure to appoint a money laundering control officer is a fine of 10 million. If you engaged in money laundering, the fine for a natural person, an individual, an employee, an intern, a volunteer in an NPO is 2 billion shillings. An NPO itself, for engaging in money laundering, the fine is 4 billion shillings. So guys, if you look through the fines, and I think they're on our website, you'll be able to see that these are hefty fines. And you really do not want to be the first NPO to fall culprit when it comes to the fact that sanctions are coming into place. FIA should not be an institution that comes to bite. We are here to support. In case of any challenges, you can always reach out to us. We have our email of compliance@fia.go.ug. Just a simple email, drop us an email. We'll be ready to handle your issues. We actually don't want you to fall culprit because we'll not be doing our work. So what we encourage the NPOs, please comply with these legal obligations. Most of them are in the AML Act. Most of them are in the regulations that have been passed by the government. In case you're not aware of most of them, please reach out to us and we shall be able to support. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm only concerned that some of your fines are going to shut down the organizations, because some of them, that is their monthly expense to the children. So anyway, I'm just concerned. I'm not saying anything, but I'm just concerned that by the time your court, you catch us, we may just file for bankruptcy and shut down the organization. But having said that, I want to say, from our own experience as Uganda Child Rights NGO Network, we did register with FIA, and it took us only 3 days to get our certificate of registration. So it is possible. It is not cumbersome. I think it's one of the most not cumbersome registrations you do. But Anthony said something that's very interesting. How many things are we going to register and follow up and submit compliance? And now hire also a what? a money laundering officer. If not, we are going to get a fine of 10 million. Are you ready to pay? People of the audience, now is an opportunity for us. I'm only allowing 3 comments because it's lunchtime. 3 comments, it's lunchtime, and then we throw them to our panelists, and then we'll call it a day. We surely need more of this conversation. I have one hand there, and since there are men up here, I'm going to be fair and say all the questions should be ladies. No. The ladies haven't clapped for me, so it will be a balance. So we have one hand. Can I have somebody help me take the mic? 2, and the last? Okay, I'll allow 3 and 4. And that's it. Somebody please help me get the microphone and take it round. We start, the mic is here. Please raise your hand again and they see you. Mention your name and who you are asking. And please, not another presentation. Just straight to the point.
My name is Elizabeth Aliano from the Center for Women and Children's Reintegration. My question is about financial intelligence. The first one is, when we do the risk assessment, do we submit the report back to you or we keep it ourselves for our own internal use? And then the second question is, what kind of person is supposed to be recruited for the role of a control officer? What requirements, what qualifications, can someone double that role in an organization, for example? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Double, you may pay double fine. The second hand, there.
Yeah, I thank you so much, URA and URSB, for the information that you're providing. Mine is like a concern.
Your name?
Okay, my name is Dennis Paul Warom. I work with an organization called Help Disabled Children Excel. I'm happy we are compliant, even with the fee. It did not take us so long, so we have that certificate, and without any cost involved. My concern is to URA. We work with the young persons with disabilities, children, and right now government has brought in an opportunity. That is a special grant for these persons with disabilities. But one of the conditions for one to access the grant is to have a TIN, tax identification number. But it has been a concern, a very long struggle for us to really support these persons to access the special grant with the URA, simply because when you want to access URA's office, like in NEBI, even me, at times, I really find difficulty in entering the office. It is so high, and that step, the way they made it, they welded that thing, is not even proper. So persons with disabilities, they're really finding difficulty in accessing the services. And this sometimes, URA advise them to go to, maybe if you want TIN, there are some people they refer you to. And those people, they charge for 50,000 shillings for TIN, which is really very, very expensive. So what we did as an organization, I was happy, we engaged URA.
Please, let's get to the question because we have other people asking.
So my request to URA, kindly let's try to make our services accessible to everyone.
Okay.
Yes.
So that was a comment for you to receive in terms of accessibility for persons with disability. At the back, the gentleman in a pink shirt.
Thanks so much, Idi. I'm called Marcus Mugume from Kawida Bulisa. My comment goes to the colleague from NGO Bureau. I feel we still have a gap at the district, a district NGO monitoring committee. For my case in Bulisa, I find they are coming up with their own regulation. You just go now in Bulisa getting a recommendation from or MOU. They ask a lot of things, which you ask, which NGO act are they using? We fail to understand sometimes. So we need to empower these district NGO monitoring committees to really be to a study, because we involve ourselves in a lot of here and there, push and back with the committee. So they should really be empowered. They should do a lot in empowering this NGO monitoring committee at the district level. That's actually my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a comment to the NGO Bureau. Dr. Mugisha, please take that one. And finally here, Annabelle. And after that, I'll come back to the panel to respond and give concluding remarks, and we'll call it an afternoon.
Thank you, Damon. Thank you, panel. My name is Annabelle Nakabiri. I work with the Remnant Generation. My comment is with the online, everything going digital, and things being online. There are so many people that are struggling with internet access, with even just navigating through the portal. And sometimes the delays, even for us that are in town, you realize there is a delay in response when you submit things online, whether it is URA, these days everything is submitted online, URSB, there are so many things submitted online. The data protection thing, everything is online. How are we making it easy for non-tech savvy leaders and that are in the NGO space to be able to still use these things? Do we still have flexibility with accepting physical documents? Because there are people that have come to the offices and they're being told, go and fill things online. And some of them really do not know what to do. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll throw in my question there as I come back to you. And this is for all of you as you respond. With all that you've shared, with all the laws that you've talked about and everything, Anthony said we want to be compliant, and that is the truth. All of us want to be compliant. But my question is, how realistic? And let me come from this angle of saying that all of you mentioned, apart from FIA and Vincent, the rest of you mentioned that you advise government on the policies and the laws and possible amendments and all that. But how realistic are these laws for a CBO that is down in Chegegwa, that doesn't have internet to come and register online, like Annabella said? How realistic is it for an organization in Karamoja to comply and to ask them to comply, and then at the end, you charge them 10 million? Yet even getting 2,000 shillings for school fees is a big problem. How realistic is it? Again, this is now passion versus the law. But you said you advise. Maybe you can advise us on what advice you're going to give. Anthony, your remarks and conclude if you want to respond to any of the questions. Can I give us 3 minutes each?
Yeah.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I hope this mic will do justice this time round. Thank you so much. I mean, very quick in 3 minutes, really. The first is just to note that as a lawyer and as a practitioner within the civic space, there is no doubt that the NGO sector is overregulated. That is a fact because of the sheer number of laws and the obligations. And I think the conversation that now we are even having with members of parliament and also the regulators as they do the legislatory impact assessment is to see how can we lessen the impact this is having in terms of just exposing the organizations. You see, every time there is a compliance gap, one like this, it can result into a sanction. And that's the problem. I mean, we have as civil liberties lawyers. These things hang around you, and simply because of failure to comply with that one single thing, it can destroy an organization. But I just wanted to speak for the other colleagues who may not have had a chance to speak. And these are just concerns I'm going to share across, I think, with the regulators. And these are comments from, or observations from the legal compliance support that we provide to organizations across the country. And I believe most of them will represent some of your concerns. The first one, to start with URSB, is just to first of all make an appreciation that the OBRS system is very helpful. I can imagine if we had to do the data update manually. You saw what happened with the beneficial owners form. It was very complicated. Very long lines at the URSB office with hard paper documents. So I really want to appreciate the Commissioner General and the directors for that innovation. But there has been a challenge that probably will need some of your support. And I say it's a challenge because the NPOs or the NGOs are also partly to blame. Very many organizations that have been operating for many years were not updating their membership records. So during this data update, you find some of them can no longer trace some of their old members. Some of the members passed away. They don't have their national IDs. The families are not cooperative to get them death certificates to prove that they passed away. And yet they are required during this data update to provide similar information as exists on the records at the time of the data update. So I understand that the registrars must be able to protect ownership and control of these companies, but how can we try to accommodate some of these concerns as they come, especially, of course, the genuine ones? And then the second concern to RSB that's very common is in relation to the network organizations. Some of these organizations have members, over 100 member organizations. So when they're filing their beneficial owners information, who should be these beneficial owners? For the companies that have few members, usually it's a bit easy. You can easily say the members are the beneficial owners because they have the ultimate control. But for some of these membership organizations where renewal is done annually, some of the members don't even really know what's happening even in these companies, apart from the conversations during the AGM. So to give them that legal status as a beneficial owner may be a bit an overstretch, especially in the event of a legal problem at the company level here in Kampala, for example. So what's the advice for these membership organizations that have over 100, 200 members, and there's a lot of movement? Over 200, if you're 200. They're over 200. So, and I'm sure if you say just list all these 200 organizations, if any of them, some of them learned that they're beneficial owners, they may actually sue you because they have no much control on what actually is happening here. And then I think to the FIA, again, the GoAML system is super helpful. Thank you for that initiative. It's easy for people to apply. We at Chapter 4 help very many organizations to register, to get these certificates. Now I think our turnaround time is a day. If we submit the application on the system, the next day we're able to receive the certificate of registration. So it's quite easy. And while I'm talking about FIA, I just want to respond to my sister there who asked who should be appointed, the MLCO, the Management Control Officer. He will respond to that, but I just wanted to say that we encourage that the head finance, the person who is the head of the finances of the organization, should be this person. Sometimes we also say program manager can be, but the program manager may miss certain things. So the person who manages the account is best placed. So don't recruit a new staff. It must be this person who manages the accounts, who can explain what happened to the accounts. And then, of course, to the NGO Bureau, again, we have walked a long journey with you from the time when you were Minister of Internal Affairs. There's been a lot of developments, but I think some of the challenges still exist. The first one, complaints about the staff at the front desk. There is a complaint about customer care. Some of our NGO leaders come there. They travel from Kitgum, from Lira, Karamoja, and when they come there, sometimes it's a single document that is missing, and then they're asked to go back and bring it. Now, the challenge comes in when they go back and bring that document that they were asked. When they reach, they find a new staff, a new officer. And that new officer introduces a new demand that, okay, I've seen this, but now this is also now not there. And then someone has to travel back to now collect that. So we receive a lot of complaints of people who really feel very frustrated with some of the lists or the gaps that they're informed at the initial stage. They go back, make an effort, and again, when they come back, they face a similar demand. But we appreciate that there is that effort, of course. Then finally, I think to the NGO Bureau is the issue of the need for an online platform, like the other regulators have done. Because I think it's the NGO Bureau that, I think only that doesn't have it. The rest, from URA to URSP, FIA, data protection, this online option is there. But for the Bureau, I think that's still missing. The local government still need a lot of awareness. There are a lot of gaps. If you checked just the CBO certificates, the NGO, the demands they're placing on NGOs, they are completely contrary to the NGO Act for most of the districts, at least we have interacted with. And then finally to URA, I think most of the feedback we've received have really been very positive. It's easy to get the tin and all these other things. I think the only demands that we keep getting is the need for more outreaches to the NGOs so that they can be informed about how you file income tax returns and these sorts of things to avoid the consequences that can arise. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You cheated. Those 3 minutes were not 3. But thank you, Anthony. Alan, you can give, please, let's keep it 3 minutes.
Okay, once again, thank you for this opportunity. Us at URA, we are dedicated to serve you better. There is a gentleman who was talking about how they are suffering with a teen going to office. Kindly, you don't need to move to any office for a teen, apparently. But the comfort of your phone, have your NIN, as long as, even the disabled, as long as they have somebody who can guide them. Since I have started talking, you have a TIN. Have your NIN, have your phone number, go on our web portal, a big word displays, get a TIN. Tap there, they request you for a NIN, input your NIN and a phone number, as long as the NIN has never been used for an individual, and a phone number. For avoidance of doubt, we don't want duplicity. So if your phone has been used, it will not go through. But as long as it's new and you want a TIN, you'll have it from your bed, as long as you can have some small 5 MBs. Okay? You be at your office and somebody needs a TIN, get on the URA web portal. Ask them for their NIN, get them a TIN in 2 minutes. Instantly. A TIN is issued instantly.
Okay, thank you.
And then for Anthony has highlighted about the need for sensitization. This is in pipeline. We want to ask the exemption unit, we want to actually move around the country to sensitize the NGOs, because we really feel because whenever you apply for an exemption and I take time to review and I take it back, when you bring back, it's still another load on me and other stuff. So we really don't want to keep deferring, because each exemption that I handle, I recommend as a person. And when I get to the committee of the commissioner and I am saying, I am recommending an approval, and then a few things are asked, and then they tell you, go back. It's not okay even to us. We want to issue these exemptions to the qualifying institutions. Let the institutions also try to be as, fulfill the requirements. But we are coming to your side. We are coming from our offices to your organizations for the sensitizations. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Doctor, you are a doctor, so I know you will do justice in 3 minutes.
Justice can be done, but again, it depends on the purpose of why we are here. So we need also to have be in the perspective, right?
Yes,
I want to thank you so much, my brother Anthony, because that was a very fair and balanced discussion. I want to believe that, ladies and gentlemen, these guys here on this panel, we can do business together. Yeah. Annabelle, I want to accredit you for your concern. The truth of the matter is, as I said, my members of parliament, the Bureau, the journey for the Bureau has been very tough, if I could say that. And Anthony, you know what I'm talking about. I am one of the pioneers of the Bureau. And so we started as 4 technical officers. Now, looking back 14, 13 years ago to where we are now, there is a very big difference. That does not mean that the challenges are not there. The challenges are not there, and beginning from what you are saying, Anthony. So we are doing all that we can in the least means that we have to ensure that services are palatable to the stakeholders. So the reason why I'm here, Wamara, is that feel comfortable to share my telephone contact with whoever desires to have it, so that we see how best we can have the services simplified. Because here we are talking about issues of human resource, but also talking about issues of capacity and capability and ability and, you know, the passion to serve the wananchi. So these are issues to appreciate very well. So Annabelle, the issues of E are very tricky. As I told you, I can do business with all these guys. I have issues with the lawyers. I have issues with the URA. I have issues with the Financial Intelligence Authority. I have issues with the RSB. But when you look at all these issues, they are systemic. Then someone will say, but you, why don't you do this? Government says, you NGOs, and you NGOs are saying, you government. The question is, what is your right? But what is your responsibility? If there is no counterplay of the two, then you will misfire in whatever you want to advance in terms of a discussion. So this discussion can really take a long time for us to appreciate. This is my right, but also I have a part to play as my responsibility. So Annabelle, as we plan to go, as I was telling you, the Member of Parliament are aware that we are battling with the issue of automation, but there is no funds. And this is a government entity. It is not an NGO. It's not an NGO. So it is until the government says, hey, look here, NGO Bureau, do ABC. We swing into action. And that's it. Because our vote is controlled by Ministry of Internal Affairs. And so we cannot discuss all these matters here. But the issue of automation, sister, it is really in the pipeline, and we have budgeted for all this for some time, and we believe we are getting there. But the challenges of this submission and that kind of thing is not easy that we can handle here. Finally, again, Anthony, the NGO sector is over-regulated. I don't think that is correct. Ladies and gentlemen, even if I picked by anyone here and ask, have you read the NGO Act 2016? Executive directors who are in the house here, ladies and gentlemen, you'd be surprised. Here, in this platform. If I asked how many of us have read NGO Act 2016, you'd be surprised by a show of hand. What am I saying? If you're an executive director and you do not understand what is regulating you, then you are bound to say, look, government, you are over-regulating us. When you read the NGO Act very well, you'll appreciate that specific areas that concern you in order to comply. What do you need to apply for registration? What do you need to apply for renewal? What do you need to apply for a recommendation from the District NGO Monitoring Committee? Those are special obligations. Section 44 is very clear. Go and read the Section 44 of the NGO Act. You are steady. You have everything. Go and read Section 32 of renewal. You are there. Go and read Section 39. You are talking about annual returns. You are there. The question is, have you been compliant to this? That's where the issue is, my brother. So we need to appreciate also as NGO players, do we understand what is actually regulating us? I want to understate this. There is no over-regulation. we have not appreciated what is regulating us. I can stop it at that. And I'm not saying that because I'm a government employee, but I'm saying that because I have read the act. Ladies and gentlemen, read that act and trust me, you'll appreciate that the sector is not overregulated, but the sector has also not appreciated the difference between passion and technical.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Let me finish up with the issue of the gentleman, the gap. The gap is becoming an issue. The issue of local government versus implementation of the act is still tricky. So this can be handled at a case-to-case basis when we appreciate. Like I've taken note of where it's coming from, and we shall see what we can do. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to highlight that I think what Anthony was meaning by overregulated is just look at who we have to report to right now. And this is not who we have to report to only. We haven't brought data here, we haven't brought NIRA here, we haven't brought other people. So when we are saying overregulated, we're not talking about just NGO Bureau. You're just a drop. There's too much, and it's overwhelming compared to what we're able to do. Because we do not operate a big entity. We operate as a small entity. Some of us are 2 or 3. So just to emphasize what Anthony was referring to, and I hope I'm not wrong, is that the overregulation is in terms of how many things we have to register for, comply to, reply to, annual return to, and to. By the time we finish that, we have not even done the work to our beneficiaries. The real beneficiaries are not benefiting. And the donors are not giving us the money to comply. They're giving to comply there. The money is more going to. They're not contributing toward admin costs. They're contributing toward project costs. Just to highlight that. And I think for me the important thing is also, as you come to engage with us, to also hear what is on this other side, to also help us as we do the amendments, that we can see how to include our challenges that we are having as civil society. Just to add on to that. Sorry. FIA.
All right, I'll be brief. The lady in a very nice outfit here. Risk assessment report, you submit it to FIA, okay? Money laundering control officer is a person on senior management level, and as my colleague has advised, preferably that person, but we are not saying that person. The law says someone with a senior management position. Ms. Annabelle, not to skip your concern, flexibility, as FIA, we are going digital. So we are not going to do manual registration. We are going digital, and as people have been testifying, it is very quick. In case you have any challenges, reach out to us. To respond to Mr. Wamara's question of are we realistic in this? When these fines come through, they will definitely take whoever does not comply. However, we are not saying that an NPO in Kapchorwa and an NPO in Kampala will be judged the same. We have trained you. We have record of training. We have record of reaching out to you as FIA, but you still have not complied with your legal obligations. What excuse are you giving? Someone, an NPO in Kapchorwa will say, come on, we're in the village. We only listen to a radio. We actually never heard it on the radio. There will be considerations, really, as per the law. So what you need to do, please do your role, as my colleague said. Please comply. Do not be the first person to fall culprit. Please comply. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Wamala. I want to begin with Annabelle's concern. Can we have an accommodative environment, maybe digital and also manual? And I think my brother from FIA does make it. I think we are interested in going digital, not because we want to leave anyone behind, but we believe it serves the public much better. Now, for those who are having challenges, and I believe there are very few, because you cannot talk about a whole NGO that doesn't have a person who understands a little bit of really high-tech, and it will be so hard. So What we'll do is that we'll provide a platform, a physical desk, where if you have challenges, we can deal with you. The only problem is it's going to involve you coming to us, unlike the online system. But we have a team that is already stationed there to help people who have challenges on the system. So don't be constrained, don't lose out on business, come to us and we shall give you assistance in that regard. There was a question about memberships that have since changed and we're asking for information from them. Obviously, Anthony, this is a question of compliance. So you fail to comply 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, before you know it is 10 years, you can't retrieve this information. I might ask this question, and please bear with me. Whose responsibility is it? When you set out to register, you know the obligations. Colleagues, we need to comply. You know the obligations. By the time you set foot into that space, you know the obligations. So if you don't attend to them, and then you come back vulnerable, then it's a challenge on our part. And because we are only implementing the law as is, for the betterment of everybody, we don't have like variances, yardsticks. But this I should also say, that if you have very peculiar circumstances under which you're operating, and you don't seem to make a breakthrough alone, come to us. Maybe we can advise you. If a person passes on, all of us, what happens? You're supposed to get a death certificate. You're supposed to report to NERA. As a company, you're supposed to be reporting this information back to us. If you're filing your returns on a monthly, on a yearly basis, this information is captured. So to some extent, if you are following what the law asks of you to do, we would have this information and you didn't have challenges. But I'm seeing the biggest challenges coming out of where people have had a lot of backlog in terms of compliance, and when it comes to complying now, it becomes a big challenge. Let's work together. Let's have a discussion. We can find a solution. Now, the other issue is the issue of membership organizations. They have numerous members, and filling these forms is becoming a bit of a problem. Now, the requirement, Anthony, of beneficial ownership is bigger than the discussion we're having here. My brother from FIA knows much better how these things are working. It's an international platform at which we are operating. The Financial Action Task Force has certain requirements. As a country, we had to fast-track certain things to meet those compliance requirements. And so at the end of the day, we had to push even the organizations which had the obligation of complying to do what they ought to have done. Now, how come it will be easier for you to find these people at registration and not find them at updating information? It's a bit tricky. It's quite some work, I must confess. It's a lot of work. If you have, say, like 5 membership organizations, so also want members of those organizations, it's quite a bit of work. But this information is available. What we need is a bit of maybe bearing with us at some point and systematically doing what you're supposed to be doing. I want to conclude with a comment to my brother Wamara again about the overregulation. I want to believe that the doctor speaks on my behalf when he says there is no overregulation. And anyone would want not to do anything because that's the most comfortable thing to do anyway. Every time you ask for something small, then you are over-asking. Living life is itself a risk. I mean, you wake up, you have to brush, lay your bed, I don't know, dress up, look left and right, then you cross the road. It's too much work. But these are things which keep us going. NGOs, between me and you, the requirements that we require from you as government, now speaking generally for my colleagues, because I've also looked at a number of their laws. They might be many, but if you keep your records appropriately, they are not so many. Because you're picking from the same registers, basically. A list of members. You have the list of members. By the time you register them, you have their national IDs. Probably you have their NINs. It's as simple as picking and putting. Yes, in the interest of looking at the bigger picture, because regulation comes for a purpose. There is something that you're trying to either protect or avert. So the reason for regulation is also there. Let's also bear with government on its part to say there is over-regulation because we need to meet a particular objective. And once all that is done, we live in harmony. Conclusively, if you have any challenges with us as URSB, please do find time to come to us. Annabelle, please help Mr. Wamara appreciate URSB. I heard you say it very well. Thank you very much.
I taught her how to say it correctly. Thank you very much. I think this has been a good panel discussion. Let's appreciate my panelists. You have done justice. Dr. Mugisha said that we need to be educated continuously. Dr. Mugisha, that is why we invited all of you here to give us what we need to be compliant. UCRNN is celebrating 25 years, and we are about our members, and if our members are not compliant, we know you will come for them as government, and we want them to be compliant with you. Having said that, on behalf of the members here, I want to say that you also have a constituency here of organizations that work with children. As you make those amendments, we could add value. And some of these things we are sharing with you as challenges, we could even deal with them before, because I know the amendments of the laws do not come from Parliament. They come from you, the implementers. We request you, on behalf of these organizations here, over 200 organizations working all over Uganda, that whenever you're having such engagements in amendments, please consider having this network, Uganda Child Rights NGO Network, as a part of you, and we will be glad to send the right people to give an input on behalf of the child rights organizations. And as you do that, you will be helping the children of Uganda. And I know all of you are fathers, or fathers to be. To the members of the network, you've had the regulations, you've had the guidance. We do have to be compliant. Come and buy. If we do not, the law will catch up with us. Remember, the lawyers say, ignorance of the law is no defense. Let's play our part and let's hold them accountable. They have all offered their service and support, and I think this has been fruitful for me and also for you, for us to be compliant and to have everything in order. The network is as strong as its members. If the members are not there, the network is not there. We want you to be there. God bless each and every one of you, and thank you, our panelists. Let's appreciate them one more time. And I think we all deserve lunch right now, so I will not disrupt your lunch. I will just invite Annabelle to give guidance. Panelists, you're free to return to your seats, and I'll call Annabelle to give guidance for the afternoon program, because we'll be breaking up into groups. Annabelle, you're welcome.
Thank you, Damon. That was an amazing session. I think if there is anything else for us to take out of this symposium is all that information. And I feel like if your executive director is not here this morning, I hope you have taken notes and you are not just saying, that one is for management. Those things are for the leadership. I hope that you are not ignoring your responsibility of carrying this information and take it back. Even if you know that your organization is doing it well, go and just make sure, check in and ask, are we compliant? Have we filed our returns? Have we filled these things? Is FIA our friend over? We can explain. Yes, so thank you so much, gentlemen, and that was very productive. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going for our lunch. If you don't have a pink coupon or anything that looks like a coupon, please put up your hand. All right. There are a few people that don't have coupons, and I'm asking the team that has been giving out coupons to please do that, and let us make sure that everyone has a coupon. So you'll access lunch with that coupon, and the secretariat team with the hotel management team will give us direction. Our lunch is going to be at the restaurant. And if there is any special other, setup for our guests and VIP, we will be guided in the same. Immediately after lunch, which we hope should be done by 2:30, we are going to break into our thematic groups. And we are still going to use the spaces we used yesterday. So we have the Mbuya Hall 1 and then Mbuya Hall 2, which is right on this next level. So there's actually a shortcut here. If you're confused about where the hall is, you just come back, take those stairs. They will give you access to, there are stairs there that give you access to the halls. So in Mbuya Hall 1, we are going to have the thematic group on sexual violence against children and the thematic group on education. And what are we discussing in our thematic groups? We are going to be looking at the best practices What have we done? Today we have been talking about especially response mechanisms. We had a policy brief in the morning. So when we break out in our thematic groups, we are looking at what are the best practices, what are we doing that is good, and then what are the advocacy gaps, what still needs to be done in terms of advocacy, and then we are going to also take our commitments. So sexual violence against children, education, we are whole one. Child trafficking, alternative care, and access to justice, we are going to Mbuya Hall 2. And then children with disabilities, we are remaining in this particular hall. At the end, this session is going to run up to 3:30. So please, when you go to the thematic group discussions, you're expected to be back by 3:30. And when we come back, we will be quickly taking feedback from the different thematic groups. And at 4 p.m. sharp, in this very space, we are going to be having our Zumba workout. Did you pack your outfits? No? Yes, some of us carried spare t-shirts. Some of us carried over what? You can also borrow from a friend, or you can just take off your coat, yeah? We are going to have a Zumba workout. And Vambi, it is for all of us. Yes, it is staff, program people, children, everyone. It is for all of us at 4 p.m. And you are going to sweat it out up to 5, and then you'll go home relaxed, feeling good. You can put in all the work for the year because you wrote a resolution on 31st January, December, getting into 1st January. But this year I'm going to lose 14 kilos. And alas, you have not lost but added. But today is a good day to redeem the resolution. And you're going to sweat it out for one full hour of fun and interaction and networking. Are we looking forward to it? Oh yes, so at 4 p.m. So let's go eat and then immediately make the food quick and snappy, get into your working groups, and then let us be back to the main plenary by 3:30. See you later and bon appetit.